I don't know. I don't know what's going on. No one's talking to me. Yeah, I am here at the corner of Dewey Street in Tennessee. Stand by. They probably didn't cover it. Yeah, Lenitra and Ava, this intersection is still very active. I'm going to step out of the way. You can see that there are State Highway Patrol troopers here stopping traffic at this intersection. They're not letting any traffic through, and I'm looking down Tennessee Street. It looks like that traffic is blocked all the way down to Macomb Street. So that's the north-south street that is on the edge, eastern edge of FSU's campus. That traffic seems to be going right now. Now here at this intersection earlier, we did see 2 ambulances leave this area with lights and sirens. So that typically means that they have a patient who is still alive heading to the hospital. We know that the TMH does have some of the victims here at the shooting here, so are likely going to TMH. And so it is still a very active scene. We've also seen some students coming out. They said that they heard the SWAT come in and they felt safe enough to leave, even though the FSU is still advising people to shelter in place, to stay where they're at. And so again, it is still a very active scene here on the northern edge of FSU's campus. Back to you. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Mic check 1 2 3 4. Stand by. Yeah, I'm here at Dewey Street in Tennessee. That's right there, the McDonald's across from FSU's campus here, and you can still see it's very active here. You have State Highway Patrol kind of manning the intersection right here. The Tallahassee Fire Department is here as well. We've also been seeing some students walking away from campus right now. Everyone I talked to say they're okay. They're a little shaken up right now, and they heard the SWAT come in and felt safe enough to leave, so they're getting away from campus. Police are kind of making sure that they're okay as well as they're leaving campus. But FSU is still advising people on campus to shelter in place until they give the all clear, which has not happened yet. I did talk to a student at Tallahassee State Community College. Her roommate goes to FSU, and her roommate is in her classroom right now, and she says that she feels safe. They don't know what's going on, but again, that's the question that a lot of people are asking right now, just trying to figure out what exactly happened here on campus that demanded such a large police presence. And like I said, we've seen ambulances, lights, and sirens heading towards the hospital here. So we do know that there are victims. We just don't know the total victims yet, or if the shooter's one of them, or any of that right now. So we're working on getting those answers for you, and we'll have them as soon as we can. Back to you. I get some static. I mean, yeah, I'll go get an XLR. Just What's going through your mind seeing that your school has had a shooting?
Honestly, I just hope everyone's okay, and I hope that we can just do better precautions so this doesn't happen again. And I just feel awful for the students on there having to go through these emotions right now, dealing with scared for their lives, honestly. It's really scary.
And you said you had friends on campus at the time?
Yes, right now they're still on campus. They're on lockdown right now.
And you've heard from them, they're doing okay?
Yep. Texted them. They just said they're scared, they're in lockdown, and they just want to go home.
Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I just hope everyone's okay, praying for the people that are injured, and I just hope we can do better in the future.
All right, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry I had to ask.
death on scene as well. One of them got arrested, one of them got killed. Watch out, Cody. Walk behind, y'all want to walk in front of me.
At 1:20, I'm going to hang up with CTV and call into Gainesville.
Are you waiting on folks? I have my roommate over here.
I didn't want to get. Thank you.
Are you able to confirm that FBI ATF on the scene?
I'm not allowed to. You probably want to talk to Captain Martina. And actually, right now that it's evolving, we're kind of just hold off.
Yeah, I know. I was just curious.
I'll get to the PAO, PJ Show, and I'll let her know that you're in car. I'll try to help you out, okay?
All right. Yeah. No worries. Thank you.
That's who I'm talking to. They coming to you? Okay.
so that we're more on the corner.
In the fight category. They were kind of taking care of their fellow students. You know, they were trying to help out the best they can. And considering their ages, I definitely respect that. You know, that they, you know, were brave in that situation, I guess.
Have you had the chance to speak to anyone who had witnessed this?
Oh no, not yet. Not anyone who's actually witnessed it. No, I've yeah, I've been trying, but not yet.
Mike, just kind of, if you could, talk to us about the scene now. It looks like we see a number of media on site. I know you talked about police trying to talk with those who witnessed what happened. What is the current atmosphere and environment on campus right now, as this is still actively unfolding, and more law enforcement, it seems, is still seeing them respond in the last little bit?
Well, I don't know if you can see me, the video itself, but I come up here over to Tennessee Street, and the roads are still blocked off. A lot of the students in this area have left. It's just seems really just first responders. There's still a few students, possibly employees, hanging around. You know, probably trying to, you know, same thing we are, trying to get some answers. But I will say this. This reminds me of the Schroeder Library shooting. I worked on that about a decade ago, and I'm from Tallahassee, so this kind of thing doesn't happen around here that often. And when it does, it's you know, it's pretty shocking. And so instantly when I got here, those memories I had from the Schroeder shooting just came straight back. And you know, I'm just, just like everyone else, just hoping and praying that, you know, that not, you know, hopefully no one, you know, pass away from it. Everyone's hoping for the best at this point, and hoping that they catch the guy.
Ugh, this is such a situation, Mike, where unfortunately rumors are just flying, and the things that we are reading, unfortunately, none of it confirmed, just look horrific. So we do know that there multiple people have been brought to Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, and I'm sure you were seeing probably some of these horrific videos and hearing some of these rumors as well. I just can't imagine what this is like and how scary this is for all of you.
Yeah, so there's the Tallahassee Civic Center. They're having it's the media staging area. That's where I'll be heading over shortly, and that's where we'll, you know, get the real answers. You know, that's where all these rumors will go away, and they'll be able to let us know what's actually happening and what's happened.
Yeah.
And I will say, yeah, considering when I got an alert about the shooting, and my office about 5 minutes from here, the police and the first responders, they showed up so fast. They were yeah, props to them, kudos to them.
What agencies do you see there? I know we had seen a number of them. We're trying to identify some of them, but it seems like we know all of the local agencies there, and some statewide ones as well. I'm curious who all you have seen on campus there.
see. Right now, it's the Tallahassee Fire Department, Tallahassee Police Department. It looks like right now, just the local first responders. Oh, I see FHP. See a few of their cars down the road.
From one shot earlier, we saw what, FWC, Amy,
FWC, even
FDLE,
yeah, FDLE
as well.
The FBI is there.
Okay.
Quite literally everyone. Yeah, I just heard that the FBI is on scene as well.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Florida State University. Yeah. So.
And it appears like
on.
every kind of street around the student union is completely lined with emergency vehicles of some type.
That's correct. Yeah. And as I'm walking around, police are still running, briskly walking back and forth. And if you can see here, this is as close as I can get, but right here, this building here is the student union. This is the backside. And over there, they have caution tape all right here surrounding this area here, which makes me think that whatever happens here, was pretty bad. Something on the it's hard to tell. It's kind of a mess at the moment, but
you talked about seeing officers still walking briskly. I am curious about that kind of sense of urgency, because from multiple people we've talked to have heard that police responded quickly, and even just a few minutes ago when we were looking at one of our other live cameras there, we could see still officers still responding with tactical gear and seeming to still have some sort of sense of urgency, and it sounds like that you're still seeing that from your vantage point as well, that that officers are still moving pretty quickly at this point.
Yeah, and they're interviewing people. They're I will say I can still hear sirens in the background, so it makes me think. The rumors are that the guys that they have the guy in custody.
Mike, we keep hearing this rumor about multiple shooters, but you're not hearing that.
I haven't heard that.
Okay, good.
I haven't heard that.
Okay.
No, but yeah, it's still all developing. It's pretty intense out here. So we're just waiting to see what the outcome is, I suppose.
Yeah, well, Mike Exline, photographer for the News Service of Florida, you've given us some good perspective there, and we appreciate you showing us around your vantage point there on Florida State's campus this afternoon. Really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Absolutely, no problem.
Want to show you another image, this here from WCTV, and you can see more folks gathering outside on the campus there, on the phones. It looks like trying to reach some other people, and we've heard about the concern. Ryan talked earlier about having people reach out to him with questions, checking on him, and just natural concern in the moments after something like this, where there is still so much that we don't know. And Amy, I know you have had a lot of people reaching out to you as well, checking on your daughter.
It is really frightening. In fact, I'm having trouble trying to keep up with text messages from people wanting to know if Kate is okay, while still trying to monitor what's going on with the live news situation. But I'm also hearing from a lot of other parents. And here's the deal. Listen, there are maybe basically 4 universities in this state that have the bulk of the kids, and you've got Florida kids congregate during the day. This was right at lunchtime when we got this alert. 12:02 is when the alert came out. It is now 1:36. We have heard from Tallahassee Memorial Hospital letting us know that they do have patients there. We don't know anything about those patients. Sky News reporting that 4 people were injured and taken to the hospital, but we are seeing other reports and some breaking news alerts with totally different numbers. And again, at this point, we are waiting for any kind of confirmation from anyone who is in charge. And because there are so many jurisdictions involved, we really don't know who is taking the lead on this investigation. And so I think that is probably part of what law enforcement is also trying to figure out, because it sounds like the situation is probably bigger than any one entity. And so you've got multiple jurisdictions trying to work together. These are the types of things they train for. I mean, they do these types of let's do the tactical training usually a couple times a year, where they prepare themselves for a situation just like this. It looks like we've got Jamie Copenhaver also standing by, and Jamie's certainly an expert on all of this.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and bring him in. James Copenhaver, a former sheriff's detective and investigator. And Jamie, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you, Garrett and Amy. And Amy, prayers to you and your family and everyone else up there.
Thank you, James. Yeah, I was just talking to Kate, and it's funny but not funny. She was supposed to be there today. She skipped class. And it's one of those things where you get mad at your kids for skipping class, and then you're so thankful on a day like today that she wasn't there. But her roommate was there. And James, I think one of the things that she told me, which was very disturbing, and the story was confirmed by this girl's mother, is that she was in a classroom inside the student union, that the professor left the classroom and left the students in there. This was a classroom that did not have locks on the doors, and the students said that they knew that this was an active shooter situation because they got the alerts on their phones, and so the students moved tables in front of the door to secure themselves until police finally came and got them and removed them from the classroom. I'm guessing that would not be standard protocol.
No, it wouldn't, Amy. And shame on that professor for being selfish and leaving those kids in the classroom. But here's the good part, Amy. We've unfortunately seen this, and you and I have done this many times on your network, these active shooter situations at colleges and schools. And, thank goodness our kids are smart today, and they've listened to the leaders, and they know how to react in these circumstances. And by this demonstrating their, blocking that doorway for the shooter to come into that classroom is just, my hat's off to these kids. God bless them.
Yeah, it really is miraculous. And so, Jamie, one of the things that I was told is that the kids were escorted out by this police officer. They were moved to another building. They were in a hallway and told that they were safe there. And then they told the kids, you know what, you're not safe here because we did not check the basement of this building. And so they took the kids and they moved them again. So this is one of those situations where you can only imagine, and I can't because, Jamie, you guys prepare for stuff like this, but you have a campus of, I think this campus is like, how many kids are at Florida State? Like 20,000 kids? You got 20,000 kids on a campus on a busy Thursday afternoon. How do you secure something like that?
I mean, Amy, essentially what you're talking about is a city. It's a small city within Tallahassee, right? And here's the deal. These men and women of law enforcement, both local, state, and federal, they've upped their training game over the years, rightfully so. But you respond to it just like we saw today. I mean, the cops on campus were there immediately. They had TPD arriving thereafter, and then, of course, accompanied by federal marshals and FWC. So, you go towards that threat, and, the cops can only do the best they can do. And you isolate that area of concern. You move those kids out of there. But unfortunately, you may move them like we saw today in a classroom that really hasn't been cleared, that part of the building. So you do the next best thing. You move those kids again under armed security, and you go clear that area, Amy, until, it's kind of like whack-a-mole, if you will. You have to clear each section as methodically and smart as you can.
Jamie, the other thing too that Garrett and I were talking about, there's so many jurisdictions. You've got the FBI, you've got FDLE, you've got FWC. We saw was on scene. You've got the Florida State Police Department. You've got Tallahassee. You've got Leon County. How do they go about organizing all of this so that they're all on the same page, and who sort of takes charge?
Yeah, I mean, the school's going to be in charge of this case, or maybe Tallahassee PD. We just don't know that. But here's the deal. Communications and technology has advanced so much that all of these agencies now can be on one communication channel, which means it's an emergency, all hands on deck. And, it's amazing to see all these cops from different agencies responding for a call of need, right? And they do it in somewhat of an orderly fashion. So, the first thing they're going to do is set up a command center. I'm quite certain that campus police are manning that. Tallahassee PD is manning that. And then, Amy, as these agencies arrive, they'll stick someone in that command center to represent that agency so they're all on the same page.
Jamie, I want to ask we know that protocols for active shooter situations have evolved over the years. It seems like as different situations unfold and kind of different things different holes are maybe uncovered and ways learned that things like this need to be responded to differently. I'm curious now what the kind of first steps would be as law enforcement respond now to a situation like this.
As they respond to that scene, Garrett, your first and foremost is life. Along with, is the suspect in custody or is he still at large? So as you're looking for the suspect, you're clearing these rooms in these areas, with the threat of a potential suspect ahead of you or behind the next door. So, it's a juggling act to remove these students, but also in the same manner, go after the bad guy who's doing the shooting. And, after you file into that area, they'll methodically set up in teams and they'll methodically search each area of the building as they're rescuing kids and getting them out of these areas of concern. They've got to clear each section of that school one at a time. I mean, every inch of the school has to be cleared. But Garrett, here's the kicker. The shooter may be at large while you're doing this, so that certainly heightens your game.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, we're seeing one in custody, Jamie. And I imagine, we always talk about the things that we don't know, right? We know that law enforcement has cameras all over this campus. And at the student union, I'm sure multiple cameras outside the building, inside the building, at the entrance. A lot of these buildings also have metal detectors going in and out. I don't know if this particular building did, but I do know that some of them do. I assume that they know a lot more than we know. And we're hearing one person in custody. I assume that they had visuals or at least, surveillance cameras on whoever this person was almost immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the secondary part of that, Amy. They have great surveillance and great cameras up there, but you just don't know if he's a lone assailant. Is he working in unison with another person that's on campus? So, the cameras are great. They're going to track that individual, hopefully down to a certain area of the school where they can go flood in and target that individual or the shooter in this case. But they're always a second thought, was he working with someone else? Does he have someone out in a car waiting to get him away from the scene? So there's so many things in fluid motion, and it's an amazing chaotic mess, but it's a controlled chaotic mess, if you will, coming from law enforcement. And Amy, that comes from their training.
Yeah.
Jamie, we'll come back to you in just a second here. I want to go to our live camera now, courtesy WCTV. They're interviewing someone there on the scene. So let's go ahead and listen in to what they're saying.
But with the level of gun violence in our country and with the level of mass shootings that occur, I think research shows that our country has more mass shootings than anywhere else on the planet. You always think in the back of your mind that someday something could happen. And a lot of anger for me comes from our policy with guns. And even in the state of Florida, how we made it easier for persons to own guns. We can't be a country that love our children and the citizens and continue to have the kind of gun policies we do. And I know everyone's going to say, no, don't rush to gun policy. Maybe some mental issues here or something, but we got to do something about that.
And you've been talking with your daughter. What has she been telling you?
She's just been real nervous because of not knowing what's going on, feeling safe, and then feeling not safe with movement from movement, and just wanting this event to be over as far as this day and to be safe again in her home with her family.
Anything else you want to add?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
So, needless to say, emotions running high today. A lot of emotions, a lot of concern still as this situation unfolds. This is a tweet from Alan Levine. He is, I believe, the vice chair of the Florida Board of Governors that oversees the university system. He says, praying for the students, faculty, and staff at Florida State. Heartbroken for those who lost their lives and for those who were injured. Spoke with President McAuliffe and appreciate his leadership right now. So again, we still don't know. We don't have official confirmation. We're seeing multiple different reports and different numbers and different things saying about deaths and injuries, and we just want to urge caution. We are not reporting those numbers until we can get some sort of confirmation, because it seems like wherever you look, there are different numbers, and that is certainly something that you have to be careful of in situations like this. The last thing we want to do is give you some wrong information at this point. So we're hoping to nail down some more of those details here shortly. Still no word yet about any sort of briefing. We do know the FBI director has been briefed on this. The White House press secretary saying that President Trump has been briefed on this. We know the Attorney General has been briefed on this, the U.S. Attorney General, and they are monitoring this situation out of Tallahassee. In fact, I can pull up a tweet here from Attorney General Pam Bondi saying the FBI is on the scene at Florida State. We are in communication with agents on the ground. Our priority is the safety of everyone involved. We will keep updating as we learn more and praying for all. So we are still hoping for some more details here soon. We'll go ahead and bring back in James Copenhaver, former sheriff's detective and investigator. And James, we talk about from the news media perspective, the difficulty in situations like this of trying to nail down accurate information and facts. But I'm curious from the law enforcement perspective, when you have, and I know Amy asked about kind of the multiple agencies, but when you arrive at a scene like this and there is so much going on, what difficulty does that pose for law enforcement in trying to piece together what exactly actually may have happened in this situation?
You know, unfortunately, you're going to have eyewitnesses and then you're going to have ear witnesses, right? And these are people that directly either saw something or heard something. And then, of course, you're going to have the social media chatter. So, you know, unfortunately for law enforcement, they're going to have to take all that in accountability. But Garrett, as always, your eye and your ear witnesses are the best people to listen to going into these situations. But I will suggest to you that after this plays out and after everything is under control, they're going to go back and comb social media because they're looking for additional witnesses that may have saw something. So, you know, you can't discount the social media post until you can either debunk it or, you know, you speak to these people and you find out it's coinciding with what everyone else has said. And then you start building a criminal case based on all the witnesses.
So, Jamie, I just want to, it's, I think one of the more infuriating things about these situations, and, you know, I'm hearing from a mom of a daughter who is still being held in place on campus because they don't feel that it is safe for her to move yet. One of the rumors that we are hearing is that there was more than one active shooter, which would be very, very unusual. I mean, in almost all of the active shooter situations that we have covered over the decades, it is almost always one person. Certainly there is a possibility that it could have been two, but that would be unusual. Yes, Jamie?
I totally agree with you, and you're totally on point, Amy. And here's something better. Take a look at the live shots, and if you see armed police personnel and vests and long guns, continue to run and you see them clearing from building to building, that would indicate that, okay, they may be a second shooter, right? It's going to depend on the urgency of our police officers. But from everything I've seen, Amy, they're in a, not a stand down situation, but they're in a control situation, getting everything calmed down. Nothing that I've seen that you guys have showed would suggest anything of a second shooter.
Okay.
And
All right. Well, that's good
Amy,
news.
just to point out, I think, just in an abundance of caution, I think FSU or Tallahassee PD, if that was the case, they would send out a subsequent tweet or text message suggesting that stay in place, shelter in place, don't move, we're looking, or what have you. So I don't see any indication of that.
Okay.
I will point out we have not received any more alerts from Florida State. The last one was 12:39 p.m. Where they said continue to shelter in place. Police have responded to an active shooter call. Stay alert for more information. But nothing since then. So now over an hour since that last emergency message from Florida State urging folks to continue to shelter in place. The first alert coming just after noon, as Amy pointed out earlier, saying continue to seek shelter, lock and stay away from all doors and windows, and be prepared to take additional protective measures. So the latest saying continue to shelter in place. From the folks we talked to on campus, they were told if you are able, if you're outside, go ahead and just leave the campus now. So it has now been a while since we have heard from officials in this. So no sort of, to your point, Jamie, no indication that there may still be an ongoing threat in specific areas of campus.
Garrett, if I may jump in for just a moment, don't let that fool you that you're not seeing that heavy presence that we saw as this thing broke up or started. They're still clearing that entire campus. Amy pointed out earlier, I mean, the campus is like a size of a minor city or a small city. So, it's an active crime scene. They're trying to tend to anyone that had witnessed this. So, they want you to shelter in place so they have control and do it in a controlled manner so it's not chaotic, would be my suggestion.
Is it odd, Jamie, that we haven't heard from anybody official yet? We're going on almost 2 hours since the alert came out. But listen, I get it. I mean, if it's an active situation, the last thing they want to do is talk to the media. But you've got so many parents and kids who are frankly just scared right now.
Yeah, I mean, especially you're a parent, Amy. I mean, your kid goes there. So
yeah.
I would have anticipated something coming out of the school to these students to give them a sort of an update. But here's a caveat to that. If you send out a message premature, Amy, and you're locked into whatever room you're in, you're like, okay, I got a message. It seems to be all clear. And then you run out of that door and God forbid there's a second shooter or someone involved. So, I think just in an abundance of caution, they're keeping everybody in place and not releasing anything until they know the facts.
Yeah, no, you bring up a very good point. And I think in a situation like this, it's sort of like controlled chaos. And what we do know, what we can tell our viewers is that one person is in custody. And so we assume that person was in custody alive. And then we know that multiple people are taken to Tallahassee Memorial Hospital and injuries unknown. But it is a little disconcerting because we are hearing from other news stations that multiple people are dead, and we have no confirmation of that. So when we hear that or we see that information coming from other news outlets, Jamie, that leads me to believe that either someone told them privately, or perhaps they told them that not wanting to reveal, please, I'm telling you this anonymously. But that seems like maybe not a very smart thing to do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, every news agency has their sources, and you're going to get that inside information. Until it's confirmed, I wouldn't be reporting on that until it's actually confirmed by law enforcement. So I think, I don't think the media should be reporting on that until it's confirmed. You have mothers and fathers and families who are sitting at home. They may not have been reached out to their kids. So, I mean, oh my goodness, what does that tell you, right?
Right.
I was just smoothing, going through over social media, and there's so much craziness on social media right now about this. And Amy, I looked at one account, and it's like a 40-year-old lady from Idaho who has no connection. So you get these rumors, but my concern is media is now reporting that. Is that factual, or are we just waiting to hear that officially from the police? I think it's a little early to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. And as a parent who's very close to this situation, it is frightening to read those headlines and knowing that I work in the media and those are not coming from any sources that we are familiar with. So that is a very good point. So Jamie, obviously I'm looking ahead into the future. I would think that this is a situation where they will likely cancel classes tomorrow as well. I mean, this is just one of those situations where this is going to be an active and ongoing investigation, regardless of who's in custody or how many people were killed. This is something where they are probably at least through the weekend. Of course, we've got a holiday weekend, Good Friday tomorrow and Easter on Sunday.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we're coming up on Good Friday, Easter. I would suggest that campus is probably going to be closed. I don't think it'll open Monday. I think you're looking probably the middle of the week next week. We've seen this play out so many times, unfortunately, and it just takes time to go back and document all the evidence and build the case as you would any criminal case. So Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, I would pick probably Wednesday if I had to guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. And certainly this campus saw a couple of hurricanes in the fall, and the kids were out for a week at a time for those. And this is a much, much different type of situation. So we're just praying, Jamie, that, that these students are okay, that these injuries are not fatal injuries, and that they're going to be okay, because some of the other things we're reading are really scary. I imagine, Jamie, and you mentioned it, and I'm seeing it too. Sometimes you kind of go down this Twitter or X rabbit hole and you start seeing some of these videos. We are seeing some videos that appear to show victims on the ground in an open area, in a green space. I'm sure you're seeing that too. And that's the one thing we also don't know. We don't know if the shooting happened indoors or outdoors. We did hear from people who said they heard gunshots. And then we talked to a gentleman who was in the student union building who said he never heard gunshots, which seems hard to believe, because obviously if someone's shooting guns on campus like that, you would think, especially in close proximity, you would hear it.
Yeah, I have an opinion on that, Amy, but it's unconfirmed. I would love to share that with you, but I just think it would not be, number one, it's just wrong to do that. But I would tend to think, and this is just my opinion, the shooting may have started outside. And it's also my opinion that I believe the gunman may have ran inside one of the buildings with police in pursuit. And I do believe there were some shots fired subsequently to that chase. Is just my opinion, unconfirmed, Amy.
Okay. Yeah, but that would make sense based on some of the videos that we're seeing. But again, we just, at this point, Jamie, and it's hard to know. And we used to be that you could, if you see it, you can believe it. In today's world of AI and how quickly these social media channels work, you really can't anymore. It's sad, but we're in a situation where we can't always believe what we see, because unfortunately things can be manufactured pretty quickly.
Off the topic, but on the topic, Amy, I just encourage people, if you're on social media, we're all on TikTok, Facebook, what have you, you see these go down like that. Remember, there's an Amy, or there's a John and Susie who have students or someone involved in that event. And we just must be prudent in what we post, especially if we don't know the facts. I mean, there's a mom and a dad and a family somewhere sitting on pins and needles waiting for accurate information. And I think it's improper to do that on social media, and it hurts families like yourself.
Yeah, absolutely, Jamie.
Jamie, you talked about the importance of police kind of going through and talking with witnesses and trying to decipher what exactly happened. I want to talk, if we can, about what they might be looking for when it comes to evidence, physical evidence, and that kind of thing, especially in a scene that potentially could be spread out rather largely in throughout an area of campus there.
Yeah, number one, life and property is second. They're looking for that shooter. So once they secure that scene, then they're going to rush these kids into a holding area, which we've talked about. So, these students are being contained in these areas also so they don't contaminate that crime scene. So what you do is methodically do the crime scene investigation, just like you did looking for the shooter. You're going to mark all the evidence, all the physical evidence. You're going to tag it, and then later to be literally collected and put into evidence. But they've got to get a handle on where this shooter was and make sure there's no evidence that kids are going to trample over or destroy running out of the building. So that's another reason, containing these children or these young adults and these rooms to not contaminate the crime scene. And then you're going to go methodically and start literally interviewing students and faculty who either seen or heard something, and they'll become witnesses in that permanent record of the report for any possible prosecution. So it's just like any other crime scene. It's just larger and more people involved, Garrett.
Well, it is 2 o'clock, and so if you're just now joining us here on Fox Local, we want to kind of reset things for you here and let you know a little bit about what is going on and what we have confirmed at this point, what we are tracking at this point after reports this afternoon, just after noon, of an active shooter on the campus of Florida State University in Tallahassee. The Associated Press reporting some numbers. At least 6 people hospitalized, including 1 person in critical condition, the other patients being in serious condition. That from a spokesperson for Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare, who maybe about an hour ago first confirmed that they were treating and receiving patients from this shooting.
That's right. The only information we have from Florida State University was a little over an hour ago, which was to continue to shelter in place because they are dealing with an active shooter situation. I'm hearing from the mother of one of the students who was inside the student union when this all happened. These kids barricaded themselves inside of a classroom. They said that their professor left the room, that they were left there in the room without locks on the doors. And so they closed the doors. They put tables behind the doors to try to secure the room. They were then escorted out by police who brought them to another building and asked them to shelter in place there. And I just heard again from this mother. She says her daughter says they are told they may be releasing them soon, but holding them in place to perhaps keep them from seeing the crime scenes outside, which would kind of go back to what we just discussed with Jamie Copenhaver, our security expert, who has been joining us, talking a little bit about where the crime scene is. And it sounds to us like it potentially could have been both outside and inside of a building, which might be why we're hearing different things about gunshots. We also know that the FBI is involved in this investigation along with FDLE. We've seen Florida Highway Patrol there. We've seen Florida Fish and Wildlife there. Of course, this is our state capital, and so all of these agencies are based, a lot of them, in Tallahassee. And so fortunately, we are in a situation where all of those agencies can quickly respond because they are located right there in the capital city.
And here is a map showing the student union, which is where we know first responders first responded to that active shooter call this afternoon. You see Tennessee Street to the north, the very top of this picture, this kind of satellite image, and then Woodward Avenue there along the side. And both of those streets we have seen just lined with law enforcement and ambulances throughout the afternoon here. And when we talked earlier with a photographer for the News Service of Florida showing us some of the crime scene tape surrounding that area, and I wish there were a way I could kind of show you here, but if you look at the main large student union building there, and then to the right of it, just under that inset map, that smaller building, some crime scene tape kind of surrounding that area of grass and sidewalk walking area in between those two buildings. That's where Mike Exline was showing us. You could see that crime scene tape surrounding that area. We also talked earlier with Ryan Cedergren, who is a Florida State student. He talked about being inside the student union at the time and seeing people running. They kind of hid for a little bit, and then police ending up escorting them, evacuating them out of there. So just to kind of give you an idea of where on campus this all went down, obviously with the caveat of still much we don't know about this situation, still a lot we are learning, still a lot that is unconfirmed at this time, as we are now just 2 hours after the first reports of this, and still trying to nail down some new images. But I want to go back to this live camera from WCTV. It appears they're speaking to another student on the scene. Let's listen in and see if we're able to learn anything from them.
Outside and hearing 5 more shots go off, and I was like, what's going on? So saw kids running away from the student union, and I walked away from the window. Then I walked back to the window and heard 6, 7 more shots ring out. And at that point, we were like, okay, there's a shooting going on. So we ran from our classroom, went to the offices, locked the doors, barricaded ourselves in there, and then we waited and was looking out the window again and saw the SWAT teams pull up, the police cars, the FBI come, and at that point, we were like, okay, we got to bunker ourselves in. And we were praying. We're like, okay, something's got to change here. And the SWAT team came into the room. They're like, stay where you are, don't move. And we were in there for about 30 minutes. And at that point, we were escorted out. About 100 SWATs were inside the building, and our hands were up. And so then we were escorted outside past the union and then into a safe space.
What was going through your mind when all this was unfolding?
Yeah, I was completely in shock. I didn't think this could happen at Florida State. I mean, we're a pretty safe campus, but yeah, this is just like unheard of to me. I never had been in a school shooting before, an active shooter. This is like first time for me, and I was honestly in shock. My hands were shaking. Just adrenaline kicked in, and I really didn't know what to do. I started tearing up. Just like I was scared, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you just saw, you just heard the shots. You didn't see anything.
Yeah, I didn't see the shooter, but I saw the kids running away. I heard some screaming. Yeah, and the shots, like 3 rounds of like 5 shots, and then 7 shots. So it must have been some back and forth going on. Yeah.
Yeah. And how are you doing now?
Good. I've recovered a lot. A lot of people have been texting me. People from out of state, University of Michigan friends have been texting me. People from South Florida have been texting me. People from high school have been texting me. Doing a lot better. It's been a great community that has surrounded me since then. I definitely didn't think I'd be traumatized as much as I have. Definitely not being on the scene, but being kind of away from it. But yeah, it's been scary. So I'm doing a lot better now. Yeah.
That's good. Is there anything that you wish would have happened differently?
Yeah, no, I think the police responded very quickly. I think they did a great job. Yeah, I don't really know what could have happened. Maybe there's more police presence at certain areas for there not to be a shooter. I mean, I think that's just like the most obvious thing, but yeah.
All right, anything else you want to add? Anything maybe missed?
No, that's great.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. What was your name?
Yeah, I'm Cody.
Cody?
Yes.
Cooper.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
So that witness there, or at least was in the area at the time, described hearing some of the gunshots and seeing people running. He described hearing 3 rounds of gunfire. One 5 shots, the second one 5 shots, the third one 7 shots. I want to bring in, if I can, Jamie Copenhaver again, who is our former sheriff's detective and investigator. And Jamie, I'm wondering if that tells anything or could indicate anything about what may have happened, or is there anything to be gleaned from that, hearing that witness describe hearing 3 rounds of shots, one being 5, the second one being 5, the third one rather being 7? Is there actually, before I ask you that, let's go ahead and listen in here as they talk to another witness.
First, have you say and spell your name for me, please.
My name is Celeste Halavin, CELESTEHALAVIN.
And you're a student?
Yes.
And what year are you?
I'm a junior.
Yeah. And so, I guess talk about what happened here.
So I was actually on the phone in like the stairwell. I was in the library between like the 4th and 5th floor, and like people started flooding up the stairs, but like nobody told me what happened. So then I started walking back up to the 5th floor. By the time I got there was like these girls, and like it was just chaos. Everyone was like, there's like a shooter and stuff. And so like these guys started like pressing the elevator button to have elevators come up and like put tables in the walkway to like block anyone from getting on the elevator. And then like some other guys like closed the doors to the 5th floor and then put tables and stuff there. But we were all like kind of panicked. I was like freaking out and shaking a lot, but for some reason I just had a peace. And part of that is like because I'm a Christian, and I think Jesus gave me peace in the midst of a chaotic situation. You know, people use free will for whatever they want to do. And so, like, it's very heartbreaking, but I hope that, you know, like, God is brought through this and that people would maybe seek him out through it. But yeah, I was with actually a few of my friends, Nick and Allison. I was studying for an exam, but yeah, it was chaos. We were standing up there, and then we actually were by the windows. So like at the windows, we saw cops running, students running. It was just like complete chaos. Everyone was like running all over the place. And then we saw like a gurney, and then like the gurney came back, and the guy had his arm cut off, and I think like he was bleeding, and like he had like bandages and stuff. And so like that was really hard to see. Yeah.
I can only imagine what was going through your head when you were kind of realizing that there was a shooting on your campus.
I mean, when I saw everyone flooding up the stairs, I kind of thought that like the shooter was like in the library. I mean, like nobody told me where it was. They said like Landis or like whatever, and I was just in utter disbelief. I was like, you never think that it's gonna be like you and your campus, but you really never know. So it felt surreal. But yeah.
How are you doing now?
I'm doing okay. I mean, there's other people who are doing probably a lot worse than me, so I'm just like mourning for those people because I feel really bad. But other than that, like, just waiting to like get my stuff back. My car is in one of the garages that they like locked down. So yeah, I don't have any of my stuff, so I'm just waiting for that.
Yeah. Anything else you want to add? Anything may have missed?
In the midst, okay, I'll look at you.
Yeah.
Okay. In the midst of chaos, like the Creator, God, gives peace under all circumstances, and He seeks to have a relationship with everyone. And so, like, look to Him for the source of questions and answers. So, yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Another witness there on the scene talking about the scary situation. She described being by a window and talking about really the chaos. She said it was chaos. Everyone was running, but she talked about some of the peace that she had as well. And you can only imagine what some of these students are going through right now after a situation like this that is so fraught with emotion and wondering and graphic. The scene she described, some of what she saw, these are things that, I mean, these are young people, and these are things that they are going to carry with them for a long time, perhaps their entire lives.
Yeah, and and Jamie, you can feel free to pipe in as well. I mean, just hearing this young girl, first of all, who has such great faith, and hearing her describe her faith as a young person, that's a beautiful thing. But to hear what she saw, and I think, I don't know if you heard it, but it was quite graphic. She said she saw someone come by, a young man who appeared to have either his arm was either blown off with gunshots. She didn't, obviously she doesn't know. But just horrific to hear that. And we are hearing that there are some really horrific videos that we have been talking about, obviously, that we cannot show because, one, we don't even know if they're accurate portrayal of what happened today. But just to hear that, Jamie, and then to hear the young man before her talk about the gunfire and sort of what he almost described as a rapid gunfire, 5 shots and then a pause and then more shots. What are your thoughts about hearing all of that?
Jamie, I believe you're muted in the Zoom right now. If you can unmute and then give us that from the top.
Yeah, sorry about that. First of all, I mean, just take a moment of silence for these kids and these students and these families. And Amy, we see these, and Garrett, we see these all the time in the news cycle. And I say this every day when I see these. That news cycle goes in and it goes out, but these families are now affected, legacies are affected forever. And people don't really understand and comprehend that, guys. This is changing family dynamics forever. And these kids, to see a war zone, which it was described as a war zone, and these horrific injuries, our kids shouldn't have to see this.
No, they shouldn't. And it's horrific to think that how often, sadly, this happens. One of the things that the mom that I've been speaking to just told me is she said that they're moving the kids now with their hands up to a different location. She said they are asking them to move with their hands up. Which I guess, Jamie, obviously that is just so that so the officers know that these are kids, right? Just kids that are moving across campus. There's nothing to be concerned about. She said they are now taking them by bus to the Civic Center. The Civic Center, they're in Tallahassee. And she said, I'm praying that this is now over and she'll finally be able to go home. But Again, this just goes back to what you were saying, Jamie, earlier about having to secure, as you said, like a small city, which is what, Florida State campus is. It's a large area with a lot of kids.
Yeah, I mean, the hands up, we've seen that in all of these events that we've covered over the years. And, that's a student safety thing. It's a police safety thing. You just don't know, and you cannot second guess that the scene's cleared. So you have to be 100% sure all the time. And, the good thing is these students are now being bused to reunify and to decompress and hopefully to start speaking to some counselors immediately. But, keep in mind, these eye and ear witnesses, they're going to continue to go through this, guys, because they're now going to be interviewed by law enforcement as part of that crime scene. So it's a lot of trauma, 360, if you will. It's a nightmare for these students.
God bless them. Yeah, it's just frightening. Yeah. Jamie, I'm just hearing from my daughter, Kate. She said, yes, the Civic Center, she said, is where they're moving them. She said that is the basketball arena there on campus. And she says she's actually walking over to meet her roommate who has been going from building to building throughout this process. It's just horrifying experience for these kids. Not only the ones who saw something horrific today, but also the ones who have just been on that campus and probably, as you can imagine, scared to death. But yeah, she says we are walking over right now to where they are taking her, and they're going to hopefully be meeting up with her. So at least some of these kids will be able to come home. And we are hearing, yes, now that campus will be closed tomorrow as well, Jamie. And as you mentioned, maybe even to part of next week.
Yeah, I truly believe that. I mean, now that we're hearing bits and pieces coming out on the injuries and the number of shots that were heard. So, I would suggest it's going to be a huge crime scene. It's going to be a great, huge undertaking for law enforcement to go back and kind of rebuild and put the puzzle back together to figure out how this happened. But, I can promise you this. There are investigators right now that are getting search warrants. They're getting data search warrants for devices from the bad guy or the shooter in this case. The question has to be answered. What was the motive for this? So, as we're seeing this play out on live TV, there's certainly in the background investigators working hard behind the scenes to secure search warrants. And, they've got to find a motive for why this occurred too.
Jamie, the other thing, we heard a gentleman earlier, it was a concerned father who was talking about guns on campus, and he was saying he was upset. I think you heard that. He was upset, that they allow these guns on campus. But having been on any college campus, and this, it would be impossible to secure an open campus like that in any way, shape, or form. So regardless of what the law says, if somebody wants to do something bad, how do you prevent a person from doing that?
I mean, we've preached this topic before, Amy. It's a soft target. Unfortunately, we're in a climate to where we see these events too often. And, I'm not going to throw out the Second Amendment issue because I don't think it's the time for that. But here's what the time is. Our leaders have to get better, Amy, at hardening up these schools, whether it's metal detectors, whether it's a guard at every door to protect our kids. And let's set the Second Amendment thing aside. Let's go harden up some of these soft targets and put some funding in this project. And let's try to prevent that shooter from getting onto campus.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this is one of those things where, Jamie, there's just again, we can go down the rabbit hole talking about all of those issues. There's so many that go into every single one of these active shooter situations. And unfortunately, we are decades into this, going all the way back to Columbine in the 1990s. And I feel like, we're almost no closer to solving this problem. It's really so sad for every parent, every child who has to experience this. Jamie, again, we are coming up on 2.5 hours now, almost, since that first initial call came out. Still very little information, very little confirmed, other than suspect in custody, 6 injured. And as Garrett was saying, maybe we're getting a little bit more information about the nature of these injuries, but we're not hearing that anyone died, at least from an official source, although some news agencies are reporting that.
Yeah, it's just, we can't speculate. We've got to hear from our officials, which, we're coming up to where I would anticipate something being said by law enforcement, especially they're now busing these students, Amy, to the Civic Center for potential reunification with family and other students. So I would anticipate something coming up shortly from law enforcement to at least give us an update as to where they're at in the investigation. But more importantly, were they people unalived, and the body count, if you will. And that's going to be the sad part that hits home. If we find out we have students that were unalive today in this horrific attack, and it's just sad, Amy. Gosh, and Dad, you're, and it's just, when is this going to stop? It's got to stop.
It really does. And sadly, I think, Jamie, this is, we send these kids off to college and we hope and pray that they have a beautiful experience. And sadly, these things happen, and it just breaks your heart, because this is not the kind of America we want them to experience. Jamie, I want to go back to, I don't know if you remember this, in 2018, and there was a man with a gun outside of a yoga studio in Tallahassee. Do you remember this? And there were people coming out of the yoga class, and some of them were Florida State students that were killed that day. My daughter is in a sorority there on campus, and they have a memorial to one of the girls who was their sorority sister who was killed that day in 2018. And I think, if my memory serves me correctly, that would have been the last time that Tallahassee saw a mass shooting or something of this magnitude. So going back 7 years. But certainly being in the Capitol, where you do have a lot of these agencies, this is where they're based. I assume, right, that FDLE has probably their main offices there. Certainly FWC does. That probably at least gives them a little bit of advantage as far as response and investigation.
No, you're right. I mean, all of our state agencies are based predominantly out of Tallahassee, and fortunately for this case, Tallahassee has an advantage of the more cops available. We've seen a lot of plainclothes detectives carrying long guns. So, are those folks assigned at FDLE, the Marshal Service? We just don't know, but they're all centralized in Tallahassee. So I think that's why we saw such a quick police response, because all of these agencies are housed in Tallahassee. So that makes sense.
Jamie, we are showing now some of the video from earlier today, where it was a very active scene. From the live images we took just a few minutes ago, you could see a sheriff's deputy wearing tactical gear and kind of seeming to take that off and get in his car. We still don't know, as we have just been talking about, don't know the status of kind of where things stand right now. Here's another live image where we know is still very much an active scene here in Tallahassee. But just kind of walk us through the next few hours. We talked about what investigators would be doing immediately. Obviously, finding and stopping the shooter and taking care of the lives and some of the evidence that they'd be looking for. If you could kind of walk us through the next steps of this, because we've seen some of those mobile crime units, and like you talked about, this is going to be potentially a crime scene for a while. So what is kind of the next steps in an investigation into something like this? As we watch this live picture, we still see a flood of students kind of walking down this walkway here.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to usher these students out of the immediate area of the crime scene, Garrett, so they can keep and preserve that crime scene. We see an unmarked vehicle. I would assume it's probably a police vehicle blocking off part of the road. That's to prevent any onlookers that would want to come in and look to see what's going on. We call them looky-loos, if you will. So they've got the campus locked down. The next phase is you're going to start rounding up the students that either heard or saw something, and you're going to start interviewing those students and getting statements from those students. While that's happening, the crime scene units are going to go in and start literally processing that crime scene, which is, from what I understand, we've seen, is going to be huge, as you just pointed out, but they're going to start marking shell casings. Unfortunately, they're going to start marking unalived people that possibly may be unalived. We heard the graphic story from that young student that someone's arm may have been severed off. We don't know if that's true. We don't know what she saw, but we know there's a trail of evidence, Garrett, that they're going to have to go back and secure, photograph, tag, and collect that evidence. It's quite an undertaking given what we've seen on the crime scene.
At what point, Jamie, do you think we get some official word from investigators on the scene? Obviously, still a lot going on, a very fluid scene. You see an FHP trooper driving around that barricade right now, kind of entering the campus area where they have that roadblock. So it certainly still seems like there's a lot going on. But at what point do you think we would begin getting some official information from police and law enforcement on scene and on something like this?
Well, we're coming up to the top of the hour at 3 o'clock, so I would certainly, as I said earlier, I would anticipate something being released in a presser around 4 to 5 o'clock. It looks like the crime scene is being secured. We're getting students off campus to where they're secured and safe. So, I would look at the 4 to 5 o'clock hour. We should get some type of official update from the law enforcement community, and at least hopefully get a low injury count and no body count would be the best news. But I would say within the next hour to hour and a half, we should hear something.
I want to show now this video new into our newsroom that shows, and I haven't seen it, but I want to go ahead and take a look here at what we can see. This appears to be in the immediate kind of aftermath there, and you can see several students, 3 it looks like, just running across the street there, kind of painting a picture, Amy, of that the panic that ensued that we have heard multiple students kind of talk about as they described what they saw and what they heard after something like this. You can see one of those witnesses described chaos and people running, that they could see it from their window, and this is kind of another vantage point of that. And I'm not sure where this may be taken from, but just this short clip, you can see a little bit more of that. And I'll take you back through some of this earlier video here. This showing the police vehicles, dozens of them. I mean, I can't even count them. Marked, unmarked. You see the emergency lights on. You hear the sirens in this video as well. And this would have been this afternoon after the initial response, as more and more law enforcement respond to something like this. Let me ask you, Jamie, while we still have you here, seeing this response, we've seen a number of different agencies, local and state. When a call like this goes out on the radio that something like this may be happening, what is that? Just an all hands on deck situation where everyone kind of heads to the scene if you are remotely close, or how does something like that work? Because we saw, like I said, I couldn't even count, just car after car after car of first responders, whether it was marked or unmarked. You could, they had their lights on.
You hit it right on the head. I mean, you're going to have every available unit respond to that university based on the active shooter. But Garrett, let me give you another thought. I'm quite certain we've seen some ununiformed people that were probably off today that heard the call or heard about the incident that left from home to respond on their day off. So it's literally all hands on deck. And, especially a school. I mean, we all are parents, most of us are parents, but, these men and women, they run into the fire, if you would, while we're running out. So all hands on deck. They want to get there and immediately attack that active shooter and unfortunately take that shooter out or subdue him.
Jamie, I just received this from my daughter, and my stomach is in knots reading this. But I talked to you a little bit ago about Maura Binkley, and she is the Florida State student who was killed in 2018 outside of that yoga studio. Her dad was supposed to speak today at the student union about gun violence on campus. And I'm in shock of the timing of this and the irony that her dad was supposed to speak today. He was scheduled to talk at 5 o'clock tonight inside of the student union building. He was going to discuss the loss of Maura and how to build. The title of it was "United Against Hate: Building a Safer Campus and Community Together." Maura's Voice Symposium. The irony of this, Jamie, I think lost on no one. The fact that this man is probably in Tallahassee. His daughter was murdered 6 years ago in this city, and he was there to talk about how to stop gun violence, and to know that something like this happened on this very day. It's just shocking.
Amy, I'm speechless. That goes to prove that we have some incredible heroes in our community. I mean, this father lost his daughter, and he's out advocating for stop the violence. And look what happened today. So, I mean, it's a true testament that we can't give up the fight. It's not, I don't want to bring the Second Amendment. It's not the time for that. But we have to do better with hardening up these schools to make it. It's so easy, Amy, to get on these campuses. But this poor man's daughter was unalived in a yoga studio. So,
right, well, a more peaceful place than yoga. I mean, it's just one of those that it's just horrific to think about. But I just can't imagine. And Kate's correcting me. She says, "Mom, it's at the it's called the HCB building," which she says is actually across from the Union. The dad's name is Jeff Binkley. We're going to see if we can get in touch with Jeff and talk to him, because I can't even imagine what is going through his mind right now.
I mean, look, I'm trying to stay non-political in this issue, but Amy, I'm going to just say it. And I've never really said this live on your air, but it's time that we as citizens, lawmakers, and all the above, we need to sit down and have a serious conversation, leave the political bantering out of it. And, let's think of our kids, let's think of our families. But Amy, I think it's time we need to have a serious conversation on all the above. And, the left or the right, I don't care if they like it or not. Let's stop this violence.
Yeah,
and
absolutely. We all agree. I mean, we all have that. Everybody agrees on the one fact that nobody wants to see this anymore. So now now we have to figure out how to do it and to save these kids from these horrors, because they will carry, sadly. I just keep thinking about this poor girl who had such great faith in the horrific things that she saw today, and she will sadly carry this trauma with her the rest of her life.
Yeah, and that's what I said earlier. I mean, it's not just a news cycle. I mean, these kids and these families, it's legacies of people that are now going to be torn apart because of today. And, I would just say, if you're at home, get off the kick of being a left or right. Let's be moms and dads and good stewards of our community. And we've got to employ our leaders to come up with a solution to stop these, Amy. I mean, it's just, it's enough.
Yeah, a little off topic because we're still waiting on any kind of information to come off of campus. But I think you saw Volusia County had a high school, I believe it's Atlantic High School. Sheriff Chitwood said that they implemented metal detectors at the school a couple of weeks ago, and he said so far so good, it's working. And one of the things we often hear is just the the sheer cumbersome, how cumbersome it is to have those metal detectors, and it's difficult. You've got thousands of kids on a high school campus. It's really hard to try to screen all of them. But it's working, and they've made it work. So maybe we're onto something there. But again, that's a high school, Jamie, and you're talking here about a college campus that's open and beautiful and multiple buildings and green spaces, and these are the places where it's just so much harder to try to control it.
And unfortunately, Amy, it may come down to that. I mean, we all fly and we all go through the TSA checkpoints. So, we didn't like it at first, but now it's a common thing. We know that when we go to the airport, we're going to stand in line and we're going to go through the magnetometers and we're going to be searched. That's how it is, right? Unfortunately, I don't care about your feelings at this point. I don't care if you like your privacy being invaded by going through a magnetometer. Let's be concerned about these kids and these students. And if it's going to inconvenience you or offend you because, hey, we're going to protect the kids, I'm going to choose the kids, Amy. We need to get these kids safe and secure, and metal detectors will do that.
Yeah.
I briefly here, we just heard from President Trump, who was speaking in the Oval Office, and he was asked about the situation in Tallahassee. And I want to play for you the soundbite as he responded to that question. Here's what he said just moments ago inside the Oval Office. President Trump what the latest and what he knows, what he's learning about this situation.
On the Florida State University, Tallahassee active shooting. I guess it's an active shooter. Fully briefed as to where we are right now. It's a shame. It's a horrible thing. Horrible that things like this take place. And we'll have more to say about it later.
So, being briefed about it, still not a whole lot of details at this point. I know Jamie had said before, maybe the 4 o'clock hour, that we could maybe begin expecting to start getting some official information, because it's now been about 2.5 hours since this incident was first reported. Still not a whole lot of details officially. The AP reporting that a suspect is in custody, that at least 6 people were injured. We know Tallahassee Memorial Health has reported that they are treating these victims, saying, let me see if I can find the exact numbers, because they had said earlier that at least one, I believe, was in critical condition. Yes, one person in critical condition, the others in serious condition. That was according to a spokesperson for Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare to the Associated Press. Beyond that, we really don't know much. The first FSU alert coming in just after noon. It was 12:02 p.m. when that alert went out, and on social media, to the phones, the email addresses of Florida State students and others in that community. As Amy talked about earlier, Tallahassee police tweeting out a little bit ago that multiple law enforcement agencies actively working to secure the FSU campus, and talking about the student reunification point being established at the Donald L. Tucker Civic Center. And I'm sure that is a lot of logistics probably go into something like that at this point, as you try to reunify everyone who has been separated, been very quickly told to evacuate, stop what they're doing, leave where they are. We've seen photos on social media of backpacks left on the grass, and notebooks and lunch boxes, just a number of different items just kind of strewn about on the campus there, showing just how quickly that evacuation had to be done, because all of this obviously being an emergency situation, not knowing and just dropping everything to get out of there in a situation like this. And we can show you a couple of our live images here. This one from WTXL, and showing still a heavy law enforcement presence on campus. You still see a large number of students walking down these walkways, and we've said it a number of times, FSU being basically like a city of its own. And so you're talking thousands and hundreds and thousands of students in these areas that have been evacuated, and that it appears are continuing to be evacuated as law enforcement kind of work their way through these areas and clear these buildings and make sure everything and everyone is safe at this point.
Just hearing again from my daughter Kate, who is just off campus. She's in an apartment. They are at the corner of Copeland and Madison. And for those of you who are familiar, Madison is sort of the end where College Town is. It's sort of a newer part of campus. A lot of restaurants and places where the kids like to hang out. Her apartment complex, 2.5 hours after that alert came out, has just sent out a notice asking the kids to shelter in place at the apartment complex, which seems a little odd. I don't know, Jamie. I mean, 2.5 hours later, what does that say to you? An apartment complex, not on campus. It just seems a little strange.
I think it's very strange, Amy. We're seeing kids shuttled on buses to the convention center. We don't see any law enforcement coming into the scene at a rapid response, but we see, in this slide here, we see the cordoned off, the blocking the streets. But that's sort of alarming that they're asking these apartments to shelter in place that aren't directly onto campus. So, is there something more to this that they're not releasing? Which, if I may, Amy, if and I believe this will fall my heart, if they were a second shooter or someone of a threat, I think law enforcement would have put that out there um, to warn people. We've seen that time and time after these incidents where they put out, hey, there's potentially a second person involved, shelter in place.
I'm
But
with
it's
you. It does seem, it just seems odd, unless the apartment complex is just trying to be careful and maybe kind of, sort of what we call the CYA, like, oh, well, we didn't do anything. Oh, okay, well, stay here. I mean, but certainly, Jamie, they're not going to stop kids from leaving campus. My daughter was planning to drive home tonight for Easter weekend and be home, this evening. So certainly they're not going to stop people from, leaving town. I can't imagine. So if that's one of those things that it's kind of complicates things, I imagine.
Well, I mean, I think if you're the student that didn't see or hear something, yeah, absolutely. But still, they've got to interview these students, and from what I'm seeing and what we're seeing on the screen and what we've heard, I mean, a lot of kids heard or saw something, so they still have to interview those students. Right. Unfortunately, they need to interview them sooner than later so they don't forget details. So that's a question to be asked later. I mean, are we going to let all these students go home if they're witnesses, or are they going to have to stay in town to be interviewed?
And Jamie, another question. If they tell us, all they're saying is suspect in custody, that tells you that suspect is alive and uninjured, or could that mean anything?
And that's the confusing part of this. We just don't know. That would tell me that he or she's in custody. We've seen these play out where if they unalived that suspect, they're going to report it as such. And the way I understand this, he's in custody, alive and well. That's how I understand that tweet.
We are still working to learn more information and confirm information. We heard unconfirmed reports earlier of multiple shooters. We are now hearing a statement from more statements pouring in from a number of fronts, including lawmakers and now some organizations on the Florida State campus. And I want to caution before we read this statement, because I just want to say again, we don't have confirmed who or how many suspects there may be. We do know that from the AP, they have confirmed that a suspect is in custody. This statement I'm going to read from the Florida State University College Democrats seems to indicate that they believe there were 2 shooters involved. This is their statement saying earlier today, 2 individuals opened fire on the campus of Florida State University, injuring multiple students in a completely preventable act of senseless violence. As authorities continue to release information, College Democrats extends our deepest sympathies to the victims, their families, and every member of the FSU student body, faculty, and the Tallahassee community who has been impacted by today's senseless tragedy. So again, a word of warning, we don't have that confirmed. We are not sure where they may have gotten that information, but that is now an organization from the Florida State campus that is indicating their belief, at least, that there may have been 2 shooters involved with this incident. And if that is the case, Jamie Copenhaver, I guess that could go to explain some of what we have continued to see with these shelter-in-place orders kind of continuing in other places. We talked earlier about the state capitol, certain folks there not being able to leave. Amy was talking about the apartment complex off campus. And so how does that change things then if, Jamie, that is the case and there was or were a second shooter involved in this?
Well, I think it changes it a lot. And here's my thought, Garrett. Coming from an investigative background and a mind, I'm hearing these eyewitnesses and these people that heard shots and et cetera go through the process and give their testimony. We're hearing one suspect may have been taken in alive. But I have to tell you what I really believe in my heart. I heard multiple students tell the statement that they saw the police running or charging towards one of the buildings. They then heard shots inside of a building. The police gave chase, but subsequently, after the police entered the building, they heard a volley of 4 to 8 more shots. So that would sort of suggest they had a potential shootout with a bad guy in that particular part of the building, Garrett, just based on what eyewitnesses are telling us. So maybe that, I don't want to speculate, but I would almost suggest that person possibly was unalived in that area of the school where the police had fired those volley of shots.
We just moments ago got a new tweet from FSU Alert. Let's see if we can pull that up for you here. This is an emergency message for Florida State University Tallahassee campus. Johnny, if you could go ahead and click that link and get us to the main page here that may have that full message, and we can kind of see this is emergency message number 5 there. It says, continue to shelter in place. Law enforcement is actively clearing rooms on the main campus. Law enforcement officers will use, and then it provides a safe word to confirm it is safe to open the door. Continue to shelter in place until law enforcement contacts you. So that also explains the large number of students that we're still seeing walking along campus from some of these live pictures, and it seems like at times, there will be a little bit of a lull. Let me bring up this picture again where we have really seen, and I don't see too many at this point, just saw a couple of females walk out of the building and are now walking up the stairs, but we have seen down this walkway, and it looks like some more students coming now, that at times it would appear to be, a classroom full of students or something like that, where you see a large crowd and then not much of anyone for a while. So it sounds like authorities on Florida State's campus are still wanting people to stay where they are, stay sheltered in place, stay locked in those rooms until they come and clear you. I don't know if now we are quarter till 3 o'clock,
almost 3 hours now.
So
yeah,
that this has been going on, and these evacuations, this clearing process is continuing, something that clearly they are taking their time on, and a serious part of this situation at this point, making sure, that FSU Alert even provided a safe word, basically saying, don't just come out when someone may show up and you hear someone saying, hey, it's okay to come out, which would seem to indicate that, I'm not going to certainly speculate anything, but here's another live image, this from WCTV. You can see a state trooper, and you can see some of the long guns and the gear that these first responders are wearing as they respond to a situation where we are still learning about the full extent of it. But we were talking about those evacuations, those clearings of campus buildings that it sounds like have extended beyond just what was the student union and those buildings in the immediate vicinity.
So we're now starting to, and Jamie, we're getting a little more information. This is coming from, it says per Fox sources. So again, all of this, we have to sort of be very careful with how we report this, but per Fox sources, we are hearing that one of these shooters, the shooter that they're saying is in custody, was shot by police. And one of the things that this Fox sources are talking about specifically is saying that the shooter went into the student union with both a shotgun and a handgun. Which might explain one of the witness statements we heard earlier. There's a young man with a beard, if you remember him, and he talked specifically about he heard 5 shots, and then he heard a pause, and then he heard different shots. And we're hearing that potentially that the shooter, at least the one that we know about, may have used 2 different types of guns in this shooting. We're also told that the shooter is in the hospital in unknown condition. All of this, again, coming per Fox sources. And hearing that a news conference could come as early as 4 o'clock, which is something that Garrett had also mentioned earlier. But again, still conflicting reports, Jamie, about whether there was a second shooter. And we just talk about, we saw the statement from the Florida State Democrats. That would just be highly unusual.
Well, it would be, especially coming from an account that's official, tied to the state or the university. But that being said, I think we would have heard something if they were a continued threat to either the campus or the city of Tallahassee, and we just haven't seen that information come out. So I'm still speculative whether or not that's accurate information. It just hasn't been confirmed, maybe. But I will tell you this: I was looking at the campus while we were off air. This campus is 487,000 acres. I mean, that's the
Wow.
size of the city. So I think that's why we're seeing this lengthy time period. It's just a long process to clear all of these buildings. It's a huge campus.
And what goes into that, Jamie? We also talked about the safe word that they said. Just kind of walk us through what that process is like for law enforcement as they do go through and I would imagine scour these buildings to make sure there is nothing concerning before they release these students.
I mean, just put yourself in a student's position. You're locked in. In this case, we had a professor leave or abandon those kids, right? He left the classroom, leaving those students to fend for themselves. But just imagine you're in that classroom where your professor ran out. You had the door blocked with chairs and desks and whatever you can find, and you hear this knock or hey, open the door, or hey, police, open the door. You just don't know if it. You just don't know. So they develop a safe word that every student carries in their mind, that they know heartily that if that safe word is used, it's going to be law enforcement. But it's just you have to put those procedures into fluid action because of these exact situations we're seeing today.
The other thing that and I don't know if there's a way around it, but they send out that safe word to all of these students, and now other people also now know this safe word. So even that provides some challenges in itself.
Yeah, I mean, everything we're seeing play out is a challenge, and you can have 4 or 5 different safety valves, if you will, no pun intended, for safe words. But if that system is compromised, or a student tells another student, who tells a friend, who tells a friend, is it really that secure? I mean, it's just as secure as your bank password, right? You're not going to share that, but the school safety word is a little bit less secure and less worrisome than your bank password. But these kids, I can assure you, take that password serious because of the prior incidents that we've seen. So that should be something very sacred to these students to not let leak out, Garrett. I mean, it's helping their own safety should this happen.
That's a good point.
I'm just getting an update from my friend Lisa, the mom that I have been talking to all afternoon, whose daughter was in the student union and was the one barricaded in that classroom that you just talked about, Jamie. And she just sent me a picture, and she is, I don't know if you can see, I'm gonna hold it up, but she is back. There she is, back with Kate. And there's her mom that she's been talking to down here, and there's Mom Lisa. It's the little things, right, that give us like, oh, thank goodness that she's back in a safe place, and that at least that fear is over. But we keep talking about the trauma and what these kids experience, Jamie, and it's hard to even put that into words. So Jamie, okay, so here we are coming up on almost 3 hours since the original alert came out at 12:02. I just feel like we should know more by now. I don't, and it's one of those. I guess it's just because we need to know, and we as parents, and we want to make sure that we have at least are armed with information to feel like the kids are safe. But unusual that we haven't heard more.
I just find it now that we're getting more and more closer to that top of the hour and the 4 o'clock hour, and looking at the size of this campus, over 400. That's huge. 487,000 acres, and we're hearing reports that they're sheltering in place. That tells me these law enforcement officials are going through every single inch of that school to clear it, to make sure we don't have any more shootings or injuries to these kids or to the cops. So I'm a little bit more easy now, knowing the size of this campus. And I think wholeheartedly that's the delay. They just have to be right when they go through to do these searches, and it's taking time.
Yeah. I'm just going to read a little bit more from the alert, and the alert that they put out on Instagram has a little more detail to it. So I'm going to go through that right now. It says here, essential employees should check with supervisors for further reporting instructions. All FSU athletic events in Tallahassee canceled through Sunday. Students who need assistance can go to the Tucker Center, where the university is providing counseling, healthcare, and other support services. Family members are also able to go to the Tucker Center for assistance. I believe, if someone can check that for me, I believe that is the basketball arena or the civic center we talked about. Mm-hmm. The student union and surrounding area is still considered an active crime scene. Individuals should avoid this area. Students should not return to the student union to retrieve personal property at this time. And our producer, Johnny, who is just, we were very early on, was saying, look at this video, Amy, and he was showing me a video of, you could see kids who left laptops and towels, and it's a beautiful day in Tallahassee, so kids were out on the lawns, and they literally left everything, including their shoes, and ran. So they're saying don't go back to grab anything. It says students may return to residence halls, but should otherwise stay indoors on the main campus and allow first responders and university staff to do their jobs and respond to those needing assistance. Students may depart campus for the weekend. Classes have been canceled through Friday, and they're asking kids to visit fsu.edu for official updates. So that answers our question about, right, that they're allowing kids to leave if they need to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's great information. Just imagine, Amy, you're a student on campus and you don't have family. You have other students that you're dorming with or staying with, but you don't have that direct family. If I was a student and this happened and my family was in Orlando, I'm going to be in my car driving to Orlando. I mean, they need that family unit and support. So great. I'm glad they're allowing these kids to leave for the weekend. Much needed.
We're hearing, again, 4 p.m., a potential news conference expected on this, and we have talked about the absence of kind of confirmed details in this. Let me go ahead and switch cameras here because you've seen a little bit more action on this one. I apologize here. Let me get this one set up. Seeing another as a state trooper there at the corner of Tennessee, and I'm not sure the cross street. I believe earlier they may have been at Woodward, but I'm not exactly sure where this camera is stationed at the moment, but still seeing some action there. To get back to my point, 4 o'clock, that news conference expected. In the meantime, that will have been about 4 hours since this happened. We have talked about the absence of information, confirmed details in this, and that also kind of allows for some of those rumors to spread, and that is something that now, in the age of social media, can spread so easily on a number of fronts. And so when it comes to an investigation like this and trying to figure out what happened and piece together from a number of different sources and students and whoever may have witnessed this or heard something or seen something, can that sometimes, Jamie, muddy the waters when it comes to getting statements from people who heard or saw something when they may see rumors flying on social media, and then that kind of could change their perception of what they saw or heard?
Without a question, and that's the evil part of social media. People are they're tweeting or posting stuff. They're not actually there on the scene. They're hearing it from other people, so it must be true, right? And that's going to hamper law enforcement's efforts in terms of determining who's legitimate witnesses and who are not legitimate. And Garrett, perception is crazy. The old adage, close your eyes and I'm going to clap my hands together, open your eyes, and it looks like I've slapped myself in the face. So, to you, it looked like I slapped myself, but in reality, I just clapped my hands. And that's what's going to slow down the investigation, is they have to go through so many students that are potential witnesses. But the good thing is technology's here, so we know what students should have been in that area of the campus. So they can go back to the class schedule and sort of kind of weed out the people that don't need to be interviewed to get to the main cast of subjects that need to say something.
We are, Jamie, seeing a video that appears to look legitimate. We're not going to show it simply because we haven't sadly vetted it yet to make sure, but we are seeing a video that appears to be legitimate. It's from someone who took it behind sort of a hedge, some hedge of bushes, and across a parking lot. And in the video, you can see what appears to be a male wearing a t-shirt and shorts, firing indiscriminately at people who are walking on a sidewalk outside of one of the Florida State buildings. It does appear to be a real video. It doesn't look like something that somebody made up because it is from far away, and the person who's getting the video, you can see people running and screaming. And it just appears like just somebody just looked like any other student on campus kind of video, and just walking along. And it appears to be a handgun in this video. But again, we talk about, people just in an unsuspecting situation. You're just walking around campus, you're going to class. not a care in the world, probably, you know, AirPods in your ears, maybe not even hearing or even noticing anything strange. And I'm sure that we're probably going to be seeing more of these videos, Jamie, coming out.
Yeah, I mean, so take a look at what we're learning. We're hearing eye and ear witnesses. We've been on air now for a long time, right? So we've heard multiple witnesses' statements. We've seen a few videos, but now, Amy, you've uncovered this video that shows these horrific, graphic scenes. So as we said here on live on air, we're kind of putting the case together. So now we know it started probably outside of the building. Which kind of makes sense now as an investigator. You're hearing eyewitnesses that the bad guy ran in the building with police behind him, and then they heard shots. So, I'm putting together my mind. It started outside. The bad guy ran inside the unit or the building to take cover. Police were there on the spot, gave chase, and that's potentially where this guy could have been shot and stopped by police. So, we're kind of piecing this together. But Amy, imagine all of these students that you had to go back and interview and put a timeline together with this many kids being witnesses. It's just a long, tasking, painstaking thing you have to do.
Yeah, I'm trying to think too, Jamie, the last time we had a shooting on campus, in a college campus, Virginia, is the last one that comes to mind. I'm trying to remember, was it Virginia Tech? Virginia Tech.
It was Virginia Tech.
Yeah, it was Virginia Tech. It's been a long time since that campus shooting. I'm trying to remember what year it would have even been. I just know it's been a while, and I don't remember how many kids.
2007.
2007. My gosh, we're coming up on almost 20 years since that. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Almost 20 years since the Virginia Tech shooting. And so, are you able to find, Garrett, how many kids were killed in that campus shooting? That was just one shooter, if I remember correctly.
It was 32 were killed on the campus of Virginia Tech in April. It was April 16th of 2007. So,
wow.
I mean, yesterday would have been the 18th
anniversary
of that. 32 people killed in that shooting. That was at 7:15 in the morning inside a campus dormitory where it started. The suspect in that case had multiple guns, lots of ammo, ended up going into a classroom building, chaining and locking the doors there, and then going room to room, shooting people. 32 people dead, more than a dozen injured. In that, it was 27 students and 5 faculty members who died in that shooting in Blacksburg, Virginia.
Wow. Jamie, it's sad. It does sort of make you think, gosh, very close to I hate to call it an anniversary, but very close to the date that happened 18 years ago. You hate to think that there's any connection to that, but my gosh, it's still hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that was 32 people killed that day.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier, Amy, about the news cycle. So that was heavily in the news cycle, the Virginia Tech shooting. And as the news cycle moved on to another topic, we moved on with that, right? But going back to my point earlier, the families that were involved in that shooting at Virginia Tech, they're still affected to this day, and we just kind of forget about the families. And whether you know these folks or not, pray for them, pray for the families, and pray for our investigators so they can figure out why this crazy madman did what he did today.
And we are continuing to look at live images. You can still see emergency lights of these police and first responders who are on the scene on this campus of Florida State University in Tallahassee. We've seen students continuing to leave, appearing to be evacuated. You see, if you look right on the top of that berm, that little hill there, you can see a small FSU logo. That is a bus. We know that students have been bused to the Civic Center, which is the reunification point, as investigators, police, first responders continue to clear this scene and investigate. Still not a whole lot of details, but we know one of the news organizations working to track down the latest on this is the News Service of Florida. We spoke earlier with Mike Exline, a photographer on the scene of the campus there. And joining us live now via Zoom is assignment manager Tom Urban. And Tom, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Tom, so if you could just kind of walk us through the afternoon there in Tallahassee and what you've been hearing.
Probably we've been hearing the same as a lot of what you've been hearing, but at least 6 people have been, injured, taken to the hospital here in Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, the main hospital here on campus. That's campus, is pretty well shut down. There's just a bunch of kids and teachers and parents and everybody just kind of not knowing what to do over there. That's kind of the current status right now. It's been a pretty chaotic afternoon.
Tom, I'm curious if you heard the original call go out across the scanner.
I didn't hear it across the scanner. I get the FSU alerts to my phone, the same as a lot of people that are on campus do. That was right around noon that first came out. That's kind of how we found out about it.
And so you have talk us through who you have out covering this story at this point in the afternoon.
Right now we've got our crew. Mostly we're in the middle of the legislative session, so most of the people here were up at the Capitol at the time, and but we have one of our Capitol print reporters who was there. One of our videographers, he was there. I was there for a little bit earlier before coming back to the office to try and do the initial editing of the story. But that's who's they're actually right now at the staging area for the media for the news conference that's going to be happening in the next half hour or so.
So what do you know about that news conference? We've been trying to nail down some details about that ourselves. So what do we know about when and where that's going to be happening?
What we know, again, everything's tentative, relatively speaking, today, just because of what's going on. But it should be around 4:00 at the. It's called the Turnbull Center at FSU. It's where they oftentimes have their board meetings, the FSU Board of Trustees, a lot of those events. It's towards the edge of campus, also near the Civic Center, which is, I know, where the reunification point is for parents.
In the absence of that, you, like us, I know, have been trying to gather details on this, and it certainly can prove challenging in developing situations where there is not a whole lot of information and official details coming out, and obviously certainly understanding of it still being very active, but just kind of talk through the challenge there of trying to nail down some of the details of what's been happening.
Well, with such a presence of students as well as police, everybody says everybody's got a little bit different information, and you never know which of it is the actual accurate information. There's some students, and it's no fault of their own, but some people are saying they hear 5 or 10 shots. Somebody else says 30. It's just tough to gauge that. And, the law enforcement you're talking to on the street corner probably might know as much as you do in that exact moment when they're working on traffic control and crowd control. So it's just been difficult. I think we're all looking forward to this 4:00 event.
So Tom, you're based out of Tallahassee. Just talk us through the role that FSU plays in the community. We know it's a large university there, and a lot of students on campus, and I would imagine a big part of the area.
Well, Tallahassee is a uniquely located place in Florida. It's up here on the edge of the Panhandle, far flung from most of the big cities like Orlando and Tampa and Miami. But the drivers of the economy and the heartbeat of this town is Florida State, Florida A&M, and the state capitol. Those those 3 entities are the reason that this town is here, the reason I have my job, the reason that any things happen in this town. And I mean, you can't be in Tallahassee without having FSU impact on you one way or another, regardless of what you're doing.
And so, Tom, we had the chance to speak earlier with Mike Exline, one of your photographers who was on the scene there, and he was showing us a long line of witnesses who police had asked to speak with and to hear what they may have heard and what they may have seen. I'm curious if you've had any more contact with your folks on campus, and if things have changed, if they're still kind of going through that process, and what we know about what's happening.
From what I can tell, some people that were in that initial situation, a lot of them are going to the. Many of them are going. What I've been told by them is, some of them are going to the Civic Center. Others are, if they've talked to their parents or loved ones, they might just be leaving campus. I know that our crew is going to that staging area for the media for the 4 o'clock briefing. That's where they're going now. So the stuff that would be immediately near the the campus center where this was happening, I don't believe that they're there right now.
Okay, still very much an active scene.
Yes.
Still trying to nail down some of those details. The latest alert from FSU continuing to urge folks to shelter in place, and so we're continuing to kind of monitor that as well as we wait for that 4 o'clock news conference. Well, Tom Urban, assignment manager with the News Service of Florida, we appreciate your time this afternoon. I know it's been a busy afternoon for you and your crews as well, so we appreciate you taking the time here with us on Fox 35 News Plus.
Absolutely.
I give you another live look right now from WTXL, and this is, you can see, let me see here if I can figure out where exactly this camera is. It looks like it's near an Earth and Atmospheric Sciences building on FSU's campus, trying to just figure out the layout, that Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Science on Academic Way. And so we are looking at a slightly different angle from the other camera, which is positioned on Tennessee Street, but still not far from the Student Union, where it appears, and from what we have heard, that active shooting call first came in. And so we have seen a number of students evacuating, boarding buses. It looks like we talked about the FSU, the bus with the FSU logo. You can still see it behind those trees. It looks like another bus has pulled in behind it, which seems to indicate there's still more buildings and classrooms to evacuate, as we know from the FSU alert that just came down in the last little bit, that they are continuing to do this afternoon. And joining me live in the studio here now is Fox 35 news anchor John Brown. And John, we appreciate you joining us. Still a lot we don't know about this situation, but a lot that we do know, that it is a sad day and a tragic day on this campus in Tallahassee.
And I think that's the things that we don't know, I think, are the things that everybody wants to know at this point. And I know you said it's 4 o'clock. They're planning on having a press briefing up there. But again, so many different reports. As I scroll through social media, you can see how these stories get out of control, because so much what appears to be, well, we don't know if it's erroneous or not, but so many differing reports on social media right now, it's hard to know what to believe. So just keep that in mind. But one thing that I do find interesting is I heard somebody talking on the way in on the radio is about this whole parental reunification with the students. And I know Amy was in here. She has a daughter up there. One, they made the point that this is an entire generation that has grown up with these kind of drills. You know, previous generations like mine, you had a fire drill, tornado drill, and that was it. This entire generation has grown up with this. And so I think that's what's so shocking is so many people have been interviewed on TV at different networks today saying, you know, went through high school, went through all the, nothing happened. I never thought it would happen here. That's a common thing that we hear so many times is everybody feels comfortable where they are. And then you always hear those stories, I never thought it would happen here. Yes, Gary.
We have, it looks like our camera from WTXL, they're talking to someone here on the campus. So let's go ahead and listen in to see what they're saying.
They're shooting. And in that moment, I, of course, gathered myself and then alerted all of my staff, got them to a place where they were safe, and ensured that I let my supervisors know that something was happening in the building. And so, you don't expect these types of things. Certainly, it was pretty close to lunchtime, so typically a lot of my staff would have already left for lunch, maybe even been out walking. So we're thankful that everyone is safe. We got out of the building safe. The law enforcement officials took great care to make sure the building was safe and secure, and we all got out safe and secure.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that she was telling me was that she couldn't exactly see what was going on, but she could hear it. Can you describe what that sounded like?
It just sounded like really loud bangs. When we were alerted that it sounded like there could have been an active shooter on campus, and so we could just hear the banging noise, loud bangs from where we were. Like I said, this is a time of the year where it's a really celebratory time. Students are looking forward to ending the school year, academic year rather. They're looking forward to graduation. And so not expecting this type of interruption in a day was somewhat shocking. It really was.
Absolutely. Something that's going to leave a mark on the community for quite some time. I know that you said that, I want to divert into what you were saying. What were you feeling when you heard that sound? What was the first thought?
Well, I guess because I'm in a position where I oversee a group of people. My first thought was my staff. Where's my staff? How's everyone doing? And getting them to a place of safety. That was my thought in that moment. As soon as I became aware that yes, this is something serious. This isn't someone just playing around. I took what I heard to be shots as something serious. And my first thought was to alert everyone around me to get to a place of safety. And so that's what we did, make sure all of our staff around us was safe.
And one of the things we're talking about is that, you come to work. Did you expect anything like this could ever happen?
Absolutely not. Of course, you hear about these things in the news, in the media, but never expect it to happen so close to you. And so, having this happen today, it certainly helps put in perspective how precious life is and how we don't take things for granted. So I'm really grateful to how everyone responded today, how the law enforcement officials, a quick response, because as soon as we heard shooting, there were law enforcement all around us. And so just seeing FSU rise to the occasion in the way that we know FSU can do. Everyone was strong. I saw resilience. I saw calm in that time of what could be chaos, but everything seemed to be organized in the way that it was handled as best as it could be in this a really active moment. So
yeah. And another thing, you told me that you're not able to get to your car. So what's kind of next for you?
Well, my daughter's birthday is this weekend, and I was planning on traveling to where she is out of town to help celebrate her birthday, which it still will happen. That's just we are certainly thoughtful in our prayers of anyone and everyone who's been affected by this, but just really truly grateful for those that I have around me, my family, my friends. I'm all safe, just to be able to give hugs and just show how much I love them. Same to my staff, just so much love, and the FSU community and everyone around in Tallahassee, everyone that's affected. I thought my sincere thoughts are with everyone on campus today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tanya, for giving that experience. Absolutely. I know that was tough, but we appreciate your insight from the incident. This is what it's looking like here. A lot of people telling me that they're just thankful that, their loved ones are safe. They are keeping those who were hurt in mind. They're worried about, just trying to get away from the situation, trying to find safety, making sure their loved ones have a way to get out as well. That's the current situation. We'll keep looking at things here, but Jade.
So it appeared to be a faculty member of some sort from Florida State speaking there with that reporter from WTXL. Breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus. Tallahassee police tweeting out just 2 minutes ago that the Florida State campus has been secured. Multiple law enforcement agencies remain on site for the ongoing investigation. The student union and surrounding area are still considered an active crime scene. Individuals should not return to the area for any reason. They go on to talk about busing underway to help students reach that reunification point at the Donald L. Tucker Civic Center. They say a briefing tentatively set. They're now saying for 4:30 p.m., which will air live on the Tallahassee Police Facebook page. Of course, we will bring that to you live here on Fox Local as well. We also have a new Florida State alert, I believe, as well, that you had pulled up just a minute ago, Johnny, that had a little more detail. They say law enforcement has neutralized the threat. Please avoid the Student Union, Bellamy, HCB Classroom Building, Rivetta A and B, Moore Auditorium, Shaw, Pepper, Heck House, and Caraway, as they are still considered an active crime scene. Let's go ahead and click on this and see if we can see the rest of those details there, saying individuals are free to move about other areas of campus. So now, John, getting a better idea of the scope of this crime scene on Florida State's campus as well, even as the threat has been neutralized, according to Florida State. But let's go ahead and bring in Jamie Copenhaver again, too, because when you hear that language neutralized, that seems to indicate something, or at least have certain connotations.
Yeah, absolutely. And, this is something we've been speculating about for the last 2 hours. Was the suspect taken into custody alive or not alive? So, we're now hearing officially that he was unalived and neutralized. So that tells me that they stopped the threat by unaliving this individual. That's how I define that. JB, what do you think?
Well, I don't know. I'll be honest, because I'm seeing some videos of them arresting somebody, but you never know. And Jamie, I know we've talked about this in the past, is that if you have, for example, a school shooting in a high school, elementary school, you have a small field to contain. When it comes to a college campus, you're talking about sometimes hundreds of acres, people coming and going. I mean, this is no ordinary task here, James, because it gets exponentially bigger, because trying to find all the evidence from where this person may have parked or where they walked from to where the shooting happened. I mean, this is, and with finals, 10 days away up there? I mean, this campus is going to be in shock for a long time, actually.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it earlier before you came on air with us, John, that it's that campus is 487,000 acres.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, that's huge. So yeah, I mean, they have to figure out, number one, did he park? Did he drive? Did someone drop him off? They have to secure that part of the scene, and then obviously try to trace his steps backwards to figure out, okay, were they evidence that we missed here? They just can't miss evidence. Whether he's alive or not, it's still an active crime scene, and it's just painstaking to go through that, which is why, we were speculating this is why these students, some of them are still being held in place, so they're not out contaminating potential evidence that would be trampled on.
Yeah, and that's the other part of it. I mean, they're still college students. And James, that's one thing that I find interesting in this case too, is when you're talking about school shootings with high schools, whatever, middle schools, parents all flock to the scene, and they're young children, they need their parents. These college students are kind of in between. I mean, a lot of them are still very, very immature. And I don't mean that in a negative connotation at all. I mean, like, my daughter still needs dad and mom, right? But you don't have them there. And then you have some older students. So that's also a dynamic here that I know psychologists have a hard time dealing with, because how do you take care of your children when they're hundreds, if not thousands of miles away? They need you. And then you don't know how bad they need you. Or other kids don't need mom and dad at all right now. So, I mean, that's a complicating factor here in the aftermath of this, James.
We just seen it play out on live TV. Amy was in the middle of texting her daughter in Corinne. So,
yeah.
She's a mom. She's sitting there she doesn't know what's going on. She wants the information. So she's loving her child from afar, but rest assured, Amy wants that child in her arms to comfort her. So, there are kids, John. There are kids. And whether you're in high school or college, you're still a kid. You're going to be a kid forever to parents. And, just God bless these kids and hope they get home quickly today, so they're back with their family and safe, and start getting, John, the psychology part of this. Some of the stories we've heard from these witnesses are just horrific. So, you can't unsee that stuff.
And I don't know how you go for finals in 10 days on a campus like this. Because, I mean, it's a big campus, but everybody I know who's gone up there, it's a small town. I mean, it's just one of those, like, UCF's a big campus in a big town. You don't know. FSU seems like one of those places, and FAMU and all the others there, where it's just tight. I mean, it's a tight group because the town is tight. So, hey, James, another thing here that kind of stands out to me is, and I don't have, I know people think that from a political standpoint, and I hate to get into this, but just a couple blocks away is the Capitol. They're debating rolling back some gun regulations that came in place after Parkland. And I don't really have a point with that, just the juxtaposition of the lawmakers debating this and a few blocks away dealing with that. There are a lot of strong emotions in Tallahassee on both sides right now, to say the least.
You know, I was just looking at X and some of the posting from our leaders and political act. I mean, it's just on fire right now. And John, maybe it's rightfully so. We were talking about it earlier. We need enough's enough. We have to pray for these folks that are involved. But John, I'm coming from a 30-year career in law enforcement. I'm a Second Amendment guy, and I'm telling you right now, we need something changed to protect our kids. And I don't know what that something is, but you know, we have soft targets like we've seen today. We need to have more metal detectors, and I think we need to take a look. Do we really need these weapons and guns on campus? And you know, I don't really care about your rights when it becomes killing our kids, John. We can't have that. It's got to stop.
You know, and James, that's one of those issues here where I debate people, not on the gun portion of it necessarily, but on a security standpoint, is when a shooting in a mall happens. Well, do we need police at every mall entrance? When a shooting on a campus here, do we need to lock down the campuses? Then you ask yourself, is that the kind of world that we want to live in? And I think most people would say, no, I don't want to go. You know, it's an annoyance when you go to a football game or something, you got to go through all that. But that brings us to where we are today. So like you said, what needs to be done, I'm not sure. But I don't think we want to live in a world where it's everywhere. I mean, it looks like the old Soviet Union where everything was on lockdown all the time and you had to go through security everywhere you went.
John, you hit it right on the head. You and I spoke about this 10 years ago on the air. One of these active shooters that ended up being exactly what we're seeing playing out. And we're like, you know, do we really want to go there? Do we want to see everything locked down? Do we want to see our schools cordoned off with prison fences and magnetometers? So that was 10, 15 years ago. We're still here. We're still behind the ball. I don't know. We're going to have to do something different. And maybe we're at that point now to where we need to start upping our game in terms of security. We know the Second Amendment probably isn't going away. So we're going to have to harden up some of these soft targets. And it's probably going to inconvenience a lot of people. But I tell you what, I would much rather be inconvenienced at one of my campuses in the state or the U.S. than see what we see today. And I think it comes down to a little heavier hand on security and implementing we've got to have metal detectors in these campuses, both high school and college.
You know, James, I know another thing you and I had talked about a long time ago, and because my kids were younger, the last time you and I were on the air for one of these, is I hate the fact that I have to scare the hell out of my kids to be aware, right? That's where we are now.
Yeah.
That I have to tell them whether it's pedophiles, it's what you have to sit down with a precious 6 or 7-year-old and tell them, well, what, you know, here's why Dad always sits facing the front door of a restaurant, right? I mean, that's a weird conversation to have with a kid that my parents never had to have with me, but now I have to tell them, no, because I want to see if something's happening. You may have been the one who told me that. I always sit facing the door to see if something's going to happen. So one, you protect the family, and then you take action. I mean, that's the conversation you have to have with kids these days, and that's kind of sad.
When you joined us live on the air here just a few minutes ago, you were pointing out that during our time, we had tornado drills and drills and all of this, but now these kids are doing lockdown drills. But this is what really makes my heart happy. We had a professor in this case that ran out of the classroom. We don't know why, but he left these students in there by themselves. But John, they are trained and they're heads up enough with this, always in your face with these events, that they started blocking the doors with chairs and desks and what have you. So they automatically knew, and that kicked in to self-preserve, lock the door, block it off, and shelter in place. So, gosh, we all hate to see this, but we're here.
Yeah, and so again, it looks like now that press briefing, right? 4:30 is that what we're hearing, Garrett? They pushed it back about a half an hour.
Yes, correct.
And that's another thing, James. I know people watching on a format like this are also probably scrolling social media at the time. And like you heard me say when we came on, I mean, there is so much. It's got to be erroneous information because nothing matches. So just, you know, don't share what some random person puts out there, because I saw some number some random guy put out, and I checked on him, and he was in the UK. I'm like, okay, you have no idea what you're even talking about. You're hearing from somebody, and I think that's how these stories spread even further. But again, you know, very quickly, James, that's a great point, because I got the text from my daughter. Like, the kids these days find out way before us adults because they're so connected with different friends at different campuses. She knew a couple minutes after it, and she's letting me know about it. So, you know, I guess in social media, it is good in some ways, but know that there's so much junk out there too.
You know, just be mindful. I mean, we all love to get, we like to banter on social media, right? We like the little drama and the arguing. But, you know, rest assured, John, there's consequences to these erroneous, false, fake tweets and posts that are people putting out. There's families that are, you know, they're gripping for new news. See this on social media, just like Amy. I mean, God forbid, we've got to be more responsible in what we put out there.
I want to pull up a map now because from that, the new alert from Florida State, we were able to get a decent idea of the kind of epicenter of this investigation, the buildings that are involved in this crime scene. You heard them talk about it still being very much an active crime scene in these areas. So I want to go ahead and pull up this map here. Where you can see, and this is a campus map from Florida State University's website, and so those numbers correspond with different buildings, and I've been jotting down the numbers of the buildings because, like I said, there are other people who are much more familiar with this campus than I am, but if you look at 4018 that you see slightly to the right of your screen there, that is the student union where this situation really kind of seemed to begin, where that active shooter call began, according to the initial FSU alert that came in at 12:02. So we are looking at 3.5 hours ago now. That building is still part of the crime scene. If you look to the very bottom there, you see the very tip top of 4009. That is the HCB building, a classroom building. There, 195 as well. That is the small building that when we were speaking with Mike Exline, the photographer from the News Service of Florida, he was showing us the vantage point to the north, from the north of there, looking back at that area, showing us the crime scene tape that we could see wrapped in between the student union and the Moore building, which is the building you see there at 195. So we knew that was a part of the crime scene, potentially part of that initial crime scene, if what some of those reports we are hearing are indeed accurate. And so the Moore building, HCB, the classroom building, the student union that you see as well. If you look to the right, you see the number 52. There's also another number beside it that you can't see. That's 23. That's the Rosetta building. That is also part of the active crime scene, according to Florida State and Tallahassee police. And then if you go to the other side of Woodward Avenue, so where you see the parking garage there, 113, that is Caraway. 4010, that is, let's see, Bellamy. I'm looking for Bellamy. I don't believe you see it on the map here right now, but a couple of other buildings as well. So just to kind of give you an idea, a good chunk of that area from the student union, the surrounding streets as well, the Hecht House, all of these buildings, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them are all part of this active crime scene where investigators and police are asking folks to avoid, including some. Johnny, I'm going to ask you to move that over to the right, so to the east a little bit on the map so that we can see a little bit more to the east, if we can, just to show the scope even further, because a couple of those buildings that we can't see, okay, that's good enough. And then if you can scroll down a little bit and show us a little farther to the south. Okay, there we go. Now you're seeing more of 4009. That building 8, that is Bellamy. That is also part of the crime scene as well. So it is a fairly large part of this campus, at least the central part there, surrounding that student union that folks or the investigators are asking folks to avoid right now because they are considering it part of this active crime scene. And Jamie, I want to ask you. I guess that would explain the long process of clearing these buildings and evacuating these students, because that's close to a dozen different buildings and large buildings at that. In the middle of the day on a Thursday, the week before the final day of classes coming up on April 25th. So certainly a lot going on and a lot of students to go through and clear out of these classroom and other buildings.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, it's been appropriate. We haven't been speculating as to why it's taking so long, but, as we watch this play out, we're literally watching this case come together, and they're building the case, and they're starting to put the timeline together as we see these different buildings marked off as crime scenes. And it's an amazing view of all these buildings that were potentially affected by either someone injured or the shooter himself. And, the curiosity will be, why are they designated crime scenes? How were these buildings related to this horrific incident we see today? So, could it have been an injured person running into that building, and that's where they possibly sat down or collapsed? That made that part of a crime scene. We just don't know, but it's a huge crime scene that answers a lot of questions.
And so when you have a crime scene that large, we already talked about some of the challenges of an investigation like this. Now that we know the scope of that, what does that mean for investigators trying to piece this together? So we've talked about a lot of the different aspects of an investigation like this, working through the eyewitness accounts, trying to find, scouring social media, all of those different things. But now that we know kind of the scope of this crime scene, and again, like you said, we don't know the extent of these different locations in involvement and what all may have happened in these different buildings, but we do know they are part of the crime scene, and so that means that's part of the investigation somehow. And so what does that mean then for police?
Yeah, so this is how you're going to approach that, John or Garrett. You're going to have multiple teams, and those teams are going to be split up. One team is going to be responsible for witnesses. One team could be responsible for ear witnesses to put those people together on statements if needed. And then you're going to have a evidence collection team, if you will. And then you're going to have what I would suggest, in for layman's terms, scouts, which are law enforcement officials going out and scouting and looking for any evidence that may pertain to this case that may have not been located yet, right? So it's a multiple team situation, everyone working towards the same goal, which is clearing the scene, collecting the evidence, and then obviously making sure nothing was left behind. But here's the painstaking part of this. They're going to have to go back after this and kind of rebuild the puzzle. We still don't know a motive. So there's a separate team that's working in a data collection center, if you will, getting search warrants for devices and what have you of the bad guy to try to come up with a motive. And more importantly, where was he at yesterday and earlier before the shooting?
Yeah, let's go into that a little bit, because trying to figure out why something like this may have happened. And again, we know nothing about the suspect, and just to come back to one point, we had heard earlier about the potential of two shooters in this. Tallahassee police, in their tweet talking about the threat being neutralized, seem to make no indication of that, unless they're using threat as just a general overarching term instead of shooter or shooters, threat being potentially referring to two, but there's really no indication of that one way or another. Either way, we know nothing about a suspect in this, who may have done this, why they may have done this. So what now goes into trying to figure out, now that the campus is secure, when does that start? Trying to figure out why someone may have done whatever happened on the campus of Florida State University today?
Yeah, I want to suggest that process has already started. They've assigned a team or unit, if you will, that are going to go out and dig in social media. They're going to get a warrant or a search warrant for any devices that he had on his person. More importantly, they're going to go out and secure a search warrant for his residence or wherever he was staying, and also a car or a vehicle that he may have traveled in. So, I can assure you there are a team with probably a state attorney currently working on that exact topic to help law enforcement uncover the motive. But I want to point out something else, Garrett. We see these all the time, unfortunately, and inadvertently, most of these cases you're going to see and hear later on. Well, he had posted on this social media platform. He had posted on this, so he may have even posted something that they could have went out and collected already, and shut down that account after they collected it. We just don't know, but we've certainly seen that in the past.
How challenging is that? And I know there are some times where it is a while before we, the public, may ever find out what a motive is. How difficult is that for police to try to nail down in situations like this? Is it difficult? Is it time consuming? How long could something like that take? I mean, I guess it would depend on how much planning or what all the presence of this person may have been, but what challenges does that pose?
For instance, the weapon or weapons that we're hearing that may have been used in this. So, I can assure you that whoever's in charge of that crime scene has already taken those serial numbers, if they were serial numbers on the weapons, and ATF is probably on the scene already, and they're going to start retracing the steps of that weapon or weapons to find out who owned them. That would be a very first step on that aspect of it. In unison, you're going to have a section or a group of investigators writing and authoring search warrants that we'd covered earlier for devices and any electronic devices, so they could break into those devices and hopefully learn the motive. So to answer your question, it's time consuming. But we've also seen in history that some of these motives are uncovered almost immediately because the bad guy usually posted it on some type of social media platform. So it just depends on a case by case basis. But that doesn't negate that there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes in the paperwork part of this that we're not seeing or hearing about.
Hoping to get some initial details at 4:30. We have talked about the absence of official information at this point. What do you think are some of those initial facts that we may get at 4:30? That would be about 4.5 hours after this happened. If the threat is indeed neutralized, if it is just the single shooter who has been neutralized, how much information might we get, and what things may police try to keep at this point, keep hidden or keep secret so as not to hinder the next steps in this? What can we expect to hear?
Yeah, I think immediately we're going to hear the situation of the suspect. Is the suspect alive or not alive? I think we're going to hear that immediately from law enforcement. But more importantly, we're going to hear that the community's safe, and it's safe to carry on about your normal routine, as normal as it can be, other than the Florida State campus. So I think those will be the top two headlines. And then I would, the painstaking part that we're going to have to listen to, and is going to be a potential victim count, whether alive or unalived. Unfortunately, we're going to probably hear that, and of course the normal stuff. They're going to be working very, very hard to put the timeline together. We'll probably hear a little bit about that. So many agencies that we've seen on scene. I would look for a state attorney to be probably at that press conference, who's probably giving the legal advice to making sure that all this is done properly with the I's dotted and the T's crossed. So, but I would think the condition of the suspect or the shooter would be first, and then we're going to hear, unfortunately, the victims and potential victim body counts.
This is a live look from WCTV. You can see the Tennessee Street sign there, and I have not been able to nail down the cross street of where this camera exactly is. We do know that they are kind of right on the edge. You see the barricades there. You see a state trooper, Leon County ambulance as well. This is a scene that we have seen throughout the day be very active. You see one vehicle going past there, and still some folks coming in to campus. That appears to be an unmarked vehicle there with emergency lights on, just going past. So still a lot of activity this afternoon. Even as we get the word that campus is secure. I'm going to go ahead and let's see, not much happening on that other angle, so we'll keep it here for a minute. We know that on the other side, in fact, let me bring up this from WTXL, you can see state troopers as well on that overpass, or I believe it's actually an underpass. They're on the top of the underpass. You see someone in a bulletproof vest walking down. This is where we have seen a lot of these evacuations taking place, and floods of students walking over that bridge to get to the buses that we know are taking these students to the Civic Center for reunification. Unclear what the operations there are looking like, how many people might be there, but we kind of showed just a little bit ago, and we got an idea of the scope of the buildings that had been evacuated, and that kind of explained for us why this was such a painstaking process. But still, when you see a lot of this activity, you still see emergency lights, police officers, investigators milling around and walking around, still their emergency lights on, shows that there is still quite a bit of activity going on in these areas, even on this kind of edge of the street here, which is not considered part of the active crime scene as we understand it from Tallahassee police. We can show some of the video from earlier as well, just to show the scene throughout the day here. This is from WCTV looking down Woodward Avenue, and you can see just the dozens of law enforcement vehicles. This was just a couple of hours ago, and dozens, beyond count, from multiple different agencies. We know the Tallahassee police, it appears, I would say, that at this point Tallahassee police has kind of been the lead on this, because they have been tweeting the most information about it. They talked about the news conference that's coming at 4:30, and James, I'll get your take on that in a minute. But FWC we have seen on scene. We know the FBI at least was en route, or at this point I believe they are also on the scene. So we are talking local, we're talking state, we're talking federal agencies, all part of this, and trying to get to the bottom of what happened. And I'm wondering if in a case like this, having all of that can be helpful, or if in getting to the bottom of this, or if that coordination has some challenges. But I would imagine having that many boots on the ground and being in Tallahassee, where we know is the seat of government for the great state of Florida, with the Attorney General talking about being briefed on this and everything like that, I would imagine that would also have some advantages. James, let me get your take on that.
Okay, I lost you for a moment. No, you're 100% right, Garrett. You're going to see somewhere in those videos, you're going to see a command center, or they've set up a command center at one of the buildings, where all of these agencies are going to have a representative that's going to go into that command center, so they can obviously communicate and get every one of these local, state, and federal officers on the same sheet. So they're going to assign teams, they're going to assign different tasks for each team. So you're going to see a huge whiteboard, if you will, and everything's going to be unified out of one command center. And it's almost like a sympathy. I mean, you're going to have a director, and then you're going to have composers, and then you're going to have the actual boots on the ground, which we're seeing out here, whether it's directing traffic, getting kids onto school buses, or clearing buildings. So it's a very well-ran machine. It looks chaotic, but it's well-ran, and it's organized.
I want to bring in Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith, who joins me live now here in our streaming studio. And Marlisa, we appreciate you joining us. Certainly a sad day today as we continue to learn more about what happened in Tallahassee. Still waiting on some more official word, but we have from sources, a number of sources, been able to kind of piece together some of a little bit of a picture of what happened on campus.
Yeah, a little bit of a picture. And I just want to make note, we've been keeping a close eye on the clock here. We are about 40 minutes or so away from a press conference happening. We're expecting to learn more details of what happened today with regard to who was involved, the suspect who has been taken into custody. So to kind of do a reset for those of you who have just joined us here on Fox Local, FSU, they issued an active shooting alert around 12 p.m. this afternoon about a reported active shooter near the student union on campus there. There have been at least 6 people confirmed to be hurt, according to the Associated Press. And they were gathering that information from the Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare System there. 1 person has been listed in critical condition. 5 others of those 6 are reported to be in serious condition. Now, as for the suspect, again, we're working with very limited details here. We are expecting to learn more, hopefully, out of this press conference that's scheduled to start at last check at 4:30 this afternoon, so about 39 minutes away from that, give or take. The suspect, though, is confirmed to be in custody there. We're waiting to learn if this person was a student, the age of that person, more information about them. Again, that alert went out at 12 p.m. The campus immediately went into lockdown there. You all know that this university is huge. I mean, multiple students go to this university. We have coworkers who have, children that go to that university, a lot of people across Central Florida that attend this school. So as soon as we saw the alert, I mean, my heart just sank because I started thinking about all the people that I know with kids there and how many people go to this school. But again, that 1 person has been taken into custody. There were multiple weapons reportedly found after this shooting was reported. But as of right now, we just know of the 1 suspect that has been taken into custody. I know, Garrett, a short time ago, you pulled up an alert from the FSU alert account on their website, and this was posted about 3:20 this afternoon, so about a half hour ago. And it said, law enforcement has neutralized the threat. Please avoid the student union, Bellamy HCB classroom building. They went through a list of places that they're asking students and parents and faculty to avoid at this time because they are still considering this an active crime scene. They did assure people there that individuals are free to move about other areas of the campus, but if you happen to have seen something, then you should call the number that is listed there. And Garrett, you've just pulled up a timeline of this. I'm glad that you have this to kind of give a better breakdown there of how this all played out throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, and here we are at 3:52, close to 4 p.m. 4:30 is when Tallahassee police were expecting to hear from them. We have been on the air now, or on streaming now, for about 3 hours, and been kind of learning as we go along with all of you what has kind of happened. 3:18 p.m., so about half an hour ago now, learning that the threat has been neutralized. Again, there have been differing reports, whether this was 1 shooter, 2 shooters, and as we talked about with Jamie just a few minutes ago, that word threat doesn't necessarily indicate one way or the other, but hoping for new details on that shortly. Joining us live now via Zoom is State Representative Anna Escamani from Orlando. And Representative Escamani, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus. Obviously, tragic circumstances as you join us here from Tallahassee this afternoon.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. And it's a very difficult day here in the state capitol and in Tallahassee. And our hearts are with all of the impacted students and faculty and families at FSU. When we're here in Tallahassee, we are deeply embedded in the community. I have many amazing FSU interns. And of course, in Central Florida, as you mentioned, we are home to many FSU grads and FSU families. And it's just incredibly heartbreaking to do watching these updates, and my heart just goes out to every person who's impacted by today's tragic of gun violence.
Representative, I'm curious. We had heard reports that at some point the folks were being asked not even to leave the Capitol. I'm wondering if you could kind of talk us through the impacts there and how you learned of what was happening and if there were any impacts or precautions that you know that you had to take at the Capitol complex.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, for those not familiar with the layout of Tallahassee, it's a pretty small town. It's very tight knit. Whether you're an FSU a student or a FAMU student or you work in the Capitol, everyone sees each other. It's very neighborly, and it's a small town. So getting from one place to the other is not that difficult. You know, when I have speaking engagements at FSU, it's a 5-minute drive down the street. And I've been to the student union many times working with the FSU SGA on different initiatives. And with that said, we were in back-to-back committee meetings this morning across the legislature and the House and the Senate. I heard about this tragedy walking out of my State Affairs Committee around 12 o'clock today. And it was a sergeant who manages security here in the complex with Capitol Police who notified me that there was a shooting at FSU. And the Capitol complex was also on lockdown. In fact, the exits were sealed, and only one entrance was allowed during this time. And of course, as someone who has many FSU interns, our first reaction was to check on everyone we know to get safety confirmed and to do what we can also from a mental health perspective, since we know this is a very scary and overwhelming time for everyone impacted. From there, of course, we're in close communication with FSU governmental affairs, with FSU faculty and students, and doing what we can to provide what comfort to students right now in the Capitol complex, because we have many. And it's just an overwhelming experience also to watch your peers who were on site during this, to hear their fear, their stories, to see how shaken they are. It's a ripple effect. You know, you have the first layer of those impacted by trauma, but then it's a ripple effect for all the different layers of those that are connected to this tragedy today. And with that said, we had a meeting of the Democratic caucus as well to check in with one another and see what we can do at a local level to respond to the health and well-being of our community members. As we know that there are impacted students at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. You have the Civic Center, which is a meeting location for families to find their loved ones. And we're also sharing trauma-informed resources to try to address, again, this ripple effect of mental health concerns and stresses connected to such a tragedy.
Yeah, I'd like to go into that a little bit if we can, because you know we have we talked about it a few minutes ago with John when he was in here. You know, an entire generation that has grown up doing active shooter drills and those kinds of things, and some saying they never thought this would happen. Others saying they may have thought, sadly, it would just be a matter of time until they had to deal with something like this. And so now that that there are so many students on this campus today who are many of them young people who will carry something like this with them for the rest of their lives. How do you address some of those impacts psychologically, and when it comes to witnessing something like this?
Well, to your point, we have a generation of young Floridians and young Americans who have now lived through multiple incidences of gun violence, in addition to prevention trainings and gun drills. It's a very difficult environment to grow up in. And in fact, we have staffers and interns here in the legislature who survived and experienced Parkland and are now experiencing this shooting here at FSU. This evening, there was a scheduled event with a nonprofit called Mara's Voice. And for those who don't know this organization, it was started in honor of Mara, a young FSU student who was killed by gun violence at the Tallahassee Hot Yoga Studio about 6 or so years ago. There was an event today with her sorority to honor her life and to uplift the importance of preventing hate and preventing gun violence. That event has now been canceled because of today's tragedy. So I provide those examples because we're in this environment where every day you walk out of your house, you're fearful that you may become a victim of gun violence. I think about it constantly, what I would do to protect those around me if I was the target of gun violence. And of course, the legislature has not taken leadership on this issue as it pertains to access to firearms. We have taken leadership on hardening of different institutions. And of course, there's then the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act, which put into place good positive provisions. The legislature is unfortunately trying to peel back. But on this mental health front, we need to continue improving investments to school safety, not just in the hardening of our schools, but also the mental health of our schools. But there's a larger conversation I'm afraid we have to have about limiting entry to our college campuses because Florida is a very wide open state. I'm a UCF graduate. You can walk on UCF's campus and be able to access classrooms and library and student union without having to present any type of identification. I think that's a preference. It's why we love our public universities because they're community partners and they're accessible. But I do worry that if we're not going to provide thoughtful regulations on access to firearms, that the only other choice is to harden these institutions so they're harder to get into. But again, we don't want our students to ever feel like they're entering a confinement environment or prison environment to go to school. But if we can't address this easy access to firearms, then I'm afraid we don't really have other choices but to be preventative and access point. So it's definitely too soon to start debating policy in the sense that we still don't even know what happened and who the perpetrator is and how many lives are impacted by this. I think it's important to pull back and have those details verified. But I can't help but think about just all the different tragedies we've had of gun violence and the trauma that inflicts on generations of young people and just the lack of infrastructure we have to help young people in these situations. So we will do our part and our best to provide access to trauma-informed resources, and I will continue to advocate for school safety dollars, for mental health resources, but there has to be a much larger conversation from a policy lens because this is just becoming way too common for all of us. I mean, I even look at my 35 years of existence now, living through the Pulse tragedy in Orlando, where we lost 49 angels to gun violence. But even prior to that, when I was a graduate student at UCF, I was on campus when there was the almost mass shooting at Towers, where a student was about to hurt his peers before he took his own life because his roommate saw him preparing for this act. And I'll never forget being in the student union at 11 o'clock at night working and then seeing a flood of students come in their pajamas, just like the images at FSU of leftover picnic blankets and books on the grass because students were preparing for finals and getting ready for Easter. You know, students need to be able to live their life as young people, free and safe. And that's not the case in Florida right now and throughout the country.
And regardless of the politics, regardless of the policy, I think something that everyone would agree on, something that people should not have, young people especially, should not have to worry about, should not have to be dealing with. The last day of classes, April 25th, just over a week away, and to be dealing with this on the Thursday before Easter, something that these students should not be having to deal with and having to flee from, a relaxing afternoon studying on the lawn and leave the laptop and the books behind and see those I think striking images that you refer to, something that shouldn't be.
No parent should ever have to panic call their child. And we witnessed that here in the state capitol with many of our FSU interns having their parents call them and panic, their friends text each other and panic. That should not be happening in this country. It should not be happening in our state. It is everyone's worst nightmare, and yet it is our lived experiences. And there needs to be something that gives so we can actually pursue meaningful violence intervention, violence prevention, and gun violence prevention programs. And I don't see these as partisan issues whatsoever. I think FSU is a proud institution where we have in this legislature Republican and Democratic grads. In fact, our speaker is an FSU graduate. And we take so much pride in all of our state universities and colleges and just how phenomenal they are in building the next generation of leaders. But they can't do that if those leaders aren't safe. So we have to have some tough conversations about this. But I think the focus at this time must remain on those impacted, on honoring those that we've lost, ensuring that we provide support to the families impacted by this tragedy, raising money for those who are navigating what I assume will be medical expenses connected to this tragedy. It's frustrating to say this, but as someone who has navigated the Pulse tragedy in the sense of being a second tier response and raising money for victims and helping to provide support to families that lost loved ones, we almost know what to do in this situation because we've been experiencing it so much. And that's not normal. No one should have to be an expert how to respond to a tragedy of gun violence. And yet in this country, so many of us are because we've just experienced it so many times.
Representative Escamani, this is Marlisa Goldsmith here. Quick question for you. You brought up how frustrating this has been, right? It's mass shooting after mass shooting, events that continue to happen for us, continue to happen on these college campuses. You mentioned a little bit ago about Mara's Voice, the event that was supposed to happen today. When I was thinking about, something similar happening just a few years ago, and the person coming to speak about what happened today, at this point, what do you tell Floridians? I mean, you mentioned policy, but just to restore hope, for people to feel safe on college campuses, to feel safe letting their children leave home. I mean, at this point in time, as a new mother, I can't help but to think I just want to coddle my babies. I don't ever want them to leave because the world is a scary place. What do you tell Floridians at this point to kind of restore hope in humanity, if you will?
Well, I appreciate that question, and I love your perspective as a mother as well. I think all of us at this moment need to hug our loved ones extra tight and need to be accessible to those in our life and be available to talk through this fear because you can't ignore it. It is an everyday experience for so many of us when we walk outside, not knowing if we're going to come back home just because of the prevalence of not just of gun violence, but also heated political rhetoric, of news coming out of the White House on different types of actions of law enforcement. I mean, it's just one thing after the other that so many of our communities are navigating right now with question marks of where are checks and balances, where is a path forward, how do we navigate really uncharted territory. And I think what gives me hope, and I hope it gives others hope, is the fact that we have each other. And despite the act of dangerous individuals in today's act of gun violence and others' act of gun violence, that is not who we are as a country, is not who we are as a state. I mean, there are so many stories in every tragedy of brave people helping one another, of students helping students get up, of folks holding exit doors, of folks using themselves to protect their peers. I mean, for me, it's the courage to keep going is founded in those that have demonstrated some of the most brave acts in the face of complete unknowns. And that is what keeps me going. And I think it's so important for us to instill that same level of courage in our young ones and in the next generation, because we cannot let fear define us. And it's so important to continue to thrive, especially in the context of higher education. I mean, these are sanctuaries of learning, and this sanctuary today has been tarnished and it has been attacked and it is attempted to be destroyed. But I know that the students of FSU, the people of Tallahassee and Floridians across the state, we are going to be Tallahassee strong. We're going to be FSU strong. We are not going to delay a continuation of our love for these institutions, our love for one another, and our commitment to thrive and strive forward despite the pain and losses that we will navigate today and in days and years and decades to come, because especially when you experience deep loss, there truly is no way to overcome that. But I think what helps you move forward is the love that others will show. And it's very important for us to do that today and always.
Yeah, I know a lot of people out there can really appreciate those words. Now, I know that you said because we are still on the day of this tragic incident happening, but you did mention policy. And I want to go back and revisit that point. I imagine with all of the tragedies that have happened since you've been in your position, that this is not the first time you've thought of this or the first time you've spoken about this. I'm curious to know, what has been the response of bringing up policy when it comes to making it a little bit tougher or establishing regulations for people to gain access to these college campuses?
Well, in the context of college campuses, to your point, we've unfortunately have had tragedies already in Florida, and we've also have had threats to different educational institutions, and not just higher education, but to be clear, also Jewish schools. We have had, of course, one of our HBCUs targeted in Jacksonville. One of our private HBCUs was targeted by a white supremacist in Florida a few years ago. So we have these examples of tragedy, of domestic terrorism happening in our state. And oftentimes the legislature will respond in different ways. But I will say one area where we've seen strong results has been funding for security. And so the legislature has provided funding for school hardening. We can do a lot more at the local level. I would say that many of our school districts that are working to harden their facilities have faced obstacles due to funding. So, for example, a lot of parents have wanted to see metal detectors available at schools, other types of high technology that don't impede the student experience by delaying access to a school, but also, of course, checking to make sure that no firearms are being brought onto whether it's K to 12 or higher ed, and those cost a lot of money. So I do think that the initial conversation that is hopefully not partisan or hyper political really is just funding for security. We want to make sure that all of our institutions have the best camera technology, have the integration of AI to help with detection of violence. I mean, there's just cutting edge technology for security out there that has a price tag that we don't always enable our institutions to be able to afford. And I do think there needs to be investments in those types of resources for all of our school districts, especially in the context of what took place today. So I'm hopeful there'll be movement in that arena. The other piece of this too is mental health, is ensuring that we're working to detect, especially not necessarily in today's tragedy because we're still waiting for more information, but we do know there's been other situations in the K to 12 environment of individuals turning to violence or even threatening violence. And oftentimes, if there was some sort of early intervention, that could have been prevented. And I do think investing in actual mental health resources, ensuring that our schools are equipped with social workers and counselors, that can go a long way too. And just detecting behavior that shifts to help be proactive and preventative in a young person turning to gun violence. I mean, there's still a lot of research to be done around incidents of gun violence, but unfortunately, there are trends that younger people, specifically younger men, are perpetrators of these tragedies, and you can't ignore those data points. And I do think that putting investment in mental health and well-being and ensuring that you have a reasonable ratio of counselor to students, which most of our school districts do not have right now, I think all of that can go a long way in helping to ensure that we're proactively attempting to prevent an escalation to violence in the first place.
Last thing I'll ask you here, Representative Askamani, and I appreciate you joining us. You've been generous with your time here with us this afternoon. But I'm just curious what your message is to those who have been impacted by this tragedy, and what you would say to them this afternoon.
I would say that my heart is with you, and I'm so sorry for this deep loss and tragedy, and not just losing loved ones, but also in losing your sense of security and losing a sense of access to places that have historically been safe. But I also want you to know that you're not alone and that you have advocates that are right alongside you. And days, weeks, years after this tragedy is over, we will be by your side to ensure that you have the resources and support that you need, and hopefully can find power in that pain to pursue a purpose to ensure that this never happens again.
All right, Representative Anna Escamani from Orlando, we appreciate you joining us live from Tallahassee this afternoon on a sad day and a tragic day, and still don't even know the full scope of it, but we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you for having me.
So we are standing by for the start of that news conference at 4:30. Can give you a live look inside there, and you see the podium set up, a lot of microphones set up on that podium as well, getting ready for that news conference. This is inside the Turnbull Conference Center. You see the Florida State University logo on the back there, so not far from the scene where these horrific acts were committed earlier today. And hoping for some new details. We do have now confirmed independently from a spokesperson at Tallahassee Memorial Healthcare that they received 6 patients, 1 in critical condition, the others in serious condition. Those would be the injuries. We certainly hope there are no fatalities. We have heard reports of that. We don't have anything confirmed on that front. I would imagine those are some details that we would learn coming up in about 15 minutes as we stand by for the start of that news conference. But in speaking with Representative Escamani, she was talking a lot about the close ties between lawmakers there and Florida State, and the concern of many of the interns and others, young people in the Capitol there, because the Capitol not being far from that campus where this happened today. And so just the ripple effects, as we talked about, when it comes to having to go through something like this, and the concern from parents and others. I want to go ahead and take this live picture from WCTV because it looks as if they are speaking to another student who may have witnessed this. They've been talking through them to them throughout the afternoon. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Calm them down, have them take a breath, and try and diffuse the entire situation, because the last thing we need is more people that are very stressed out and very worried about the situation.
What was going through your mind when you saw the shooting happen?
That's not good, for lack of a better term. No, essentially, fight or flight response obviously kicked in immediately, and the only thing that came in my head was run. There wasn't any, I'm not armed, of course. We don't have campus carry here in Florida, so I wasn't in a position to fight. So because of that, I said, nope, I'm getting out of here, ran as fast as I could, and then as soon as I thought I was in a somewhat safer position, i.e. out of the immediate sight of the gunman, I said, okay, need to start getting people to call 911 because this needs to be handled now. The police need to be involved right now.
And being a political reporter, there was a bill in the legislature that didn't get the support in committee that would have allowed students to carry on campus. Thoughts on that?
That was Rep. Jacques' bill last year, if I'm correct.
It was,
but don't quote me on
most
that.
recently Rainey Fine's bill.
Rainey Fine's. Okay, perfect. Yeah. If you want my personal opinion, I think campus carry could have ended this situation very quickly. If I did have the ability to carry on campus, I don't own a firearm or anything because it is illegal currently in the state of Florida, depending on the law. But if I did have the ability to do so legally, I likely would have. And essentially what I would have done is immediately tried to neutralize the threat and tried to save lives and save some injuries, and a lot of potential heartache could have been saved. So I think that, there's a likely chance whenever you, unfortunately, there's a mantra of you never let a good crisis go to waste. And I think that that's a very crass thing to do. I think that we need to understand, what was going on. We obviously, it's too soon to make any determinations or decisions because this just happened a few hours ago. I think it's very necessary that we take a 30,000-foot view, look at things on a macro level, and say, how could this have been prevented? How could we have had more police officers stationed? I do believe that FSU PD, they are fantastic and they do fantastic work, but they are, in my opinion, woefully underfunded, and they don't have enough resources to necessarily do what they need to do. So I think if it's a combination of campus carry to neutralize threats like this in real time, as well as increased resources for FSU PD, definitely could have turned this entire situation into a very, very different day.
And in the Florida legislature, everyone talks about the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting. Now we have a shooting on a college campus a mile away from the state capitol.
Yeah.
They've been trying to repeal some of the laws that were passed after Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. What are you expecting lawmakers to do now?
Again, too soon to say. It's very much too soon to say. This happened a few hours ago. And, you know, quite frankly, the most important thing right now is making sure that everybody's safe. Making sure that everybody can get home and to their beds tonight. That is the most important thing. Obviously, there's a lot of students that live on campus, in the dorms and everything, so they're going to have a very difficult time with all of that. But again, the number one thing right now is making sure that everybody is safe. These are valuable conversations to have, but I think what I mentioned earlier is really the approach that we need to take, is making sure that the proper resources are in place to make sure that these kinds of threats can be responded to. If those resources turn into campus carry, it turns into campus carry. If those resources turn into more funding for campus police officers, they turn into more funding for campus police departments.
How are you doing right now?
I'm great. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, we need people that are willing to step up, put themselves last and manage situations. My hat goes off, and all of the accolades need to go to the police officers and all the different responders here, from TPD, Capitol PD, FSU PD, FBI, Marshals, Fish and Wildlife, troopers, everyone, FBI. I've seen more law enforcement presence here than I have pretty much anywhere else in my life, and it really fills me with a lot of patriotism, and makes me very happy to see that when, you know, something tragic like this happens, people really spring into action. And that's something that I think, you know, and because the police were there immediately, that those kind of barriers that have been put up kind of came down. There were a lot of very, very scared people in that room that as soon as a police officer walked in and said, "You are safe," you could feel an audible sigh, a release from that room. And I think there needs to be kind of an increase in that level of trust between our law enforcement officials and our citizens, because they are here for our safety and they do have our best interests in mind. Negative, sir. I greatly appreciate the interview.
All right, sounds good. Thank you
Perfect.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
You said WCTV, CBS, all that good stuff?
Yep.
Perfect. All right.
I have no idea when any
So that was a witness in Tallahassee there, talking about things, talking through a lot of potential policy things, and like we were talking about with Representative Escamani, there will be time for that. Still a lot of details right now that we don't know as we wait to learn those, but those details, hopefully more details at least, coming out around 4:30 with that news conference. But you heard him talk about kind of how you could feel just the release of the stress when the officers arrived and cleared them out of those classrooms. You can only imagine then the tension and the stress and the fear and the panic that you're feeling in those long moments in between.
Yeah, you can't even imagine. A lot of us did attend college, and when you just think about that time, I don't know about you, Garrett, but for me, being on my campus university, it was like a safe haven. I mean, obviously anyone could walk onto the campus at any point, anything could happen. But while I was in college, at least, I felt that nothing could really go wrong. You know, it was only a certain amount of wrong or bad things that you would imagine happening. So I can't imagine what these students are going through. Again, they're not alone. This is happening. This has happened across the state before. This has happened across the country for years. They were bringing up interesting points when it comes to the policy. Again, we don't want to jump to conclusions here, but policy is something that will certainly be discussed more and more in depth in the coming days and the coming weeks. But Representative Anna Escamani, when she touched on it a little bit, it was interesting to hear her perspective, saying there's only so many of these instances we can take before we say something has to be done. It's sad that, a place of higher learning that a lot of us have grown to know and grown to love has to change. But I guess, adapting with society and adapting with the times, that everything has to change at some point. So it'll be interesting to see where these discussions go. But Garrett, I don't know if you you heard her mention when it comes to legislation that has they've discussed providing funding for school hardening. I wasn't that familiar with that topic, so it was interesting to hear her talk a little bit more about that when it comes to, obviously you can't just build a wall or barricade around all of the college campuses, and make it extremely hard to get into, but certain things like metal detectors and things like that. So it'll be interesting again to see where this conversation goes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring in James Copenhaver again to weigh in on that, because I'm curious what something like that might look like in this context, James, when it comes to hardening some of what are often referred to as soft targets. What would some of that potentially look like?
I mean, it's going to look like a fortress. Just like everyone's spoken today, I mean, we have to do something, Garrett. We're at that point now where enough's enough, right? But here's the deal. Let's take this case, and preliminary facts and evidence would suggest this incident took place out of the building, presumably maybe on the grounds or the sidewalk. So, in this case, would metal detectors have stopped this guy? Probably not, if that's the facts that come out. But I do agree with everyone. We need to make these, I don't care if it's a college, a grade school, or a high school, we must take measures to harden those soft targets up to at least deter the potential of these incidents that we've seen all too many times. Interesting enough, Representative Escamani was talking about the legislature and funding. We know that right here locally in Central Florida, they were a funding issue between the sheriff's office and some police departments on extra SROs manning our schools. So, the funding is apparently the issue. And we just have to do better to figure out how our legislatures can get the budget available to either increase the officers on campus or to start introducing unfortunately, these metal detectors in our public schools.
I do want to bring up a couple of tweets here that we have seen come in the last little bit. We also, Anna Escamani referenced the House Speaker, Danny Perez, who we know is an FSU graduate, a Republican from Miami. He said, "What we're watching unfold at FSU is terrifying and every parent's worst nightmare. We are continuing to monitor the news here in Tallahassee and urge everyone to pray for the students, families, faculty, first responders, and all involved." We have also heard from Josh Gallagher, who said he, a survivor of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, and he says this: "After living through the MSD shooting in 2018, I never thought it would hit close to home again. Then I'm in the FSU Law Library and hear on alarm, active shooter on campus. No matter your politics, we need to meet, and something has to change. Prayers to the victims and families." We also heard this afternoon from Fred Guttenberg, who is the father of a victim in the Parkland Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting. He said this: "America is broken. My daughter Jamie was murdered in the Parkland school shooting. Many of her friends who were lucky enough to survive that shooting went on to attend FSU. Incredibly, some of them were just a part of their second school shooting, and some were in the student union today. As a father," he writes, "all I ever wanted after the Parkland shooting was to help our children be safe. Sadly, because of the many people who refuse to do the right things about reducing gun violence, I am not surprised by what happened today." That's Fred Guttenberg tweeting that a little bit ago. Continuing to get the word out about the Reunification Center, the Tucker Center being used for that. That is the Civic Center in Tallahassee. And things starting to see more people walk into the Turnbull Conference Center here as we await this 4:30 news conference with Tallahassee police and other officials. Obviously going to be a lot of attention on this, a lot of eyes, and waiting to see, for some confirmation about what happened. and potentially confirmation of what we have feared, and that is that there may have been some students, some faculty, some staff maybe who lost their lives today. That is certainly what you never want to hear, but certainly preparing ourselves to hear that news after what happened on the campus of Florida State University earlier today. It is just about 4:30, so we expect that news conference to begin any second now, and in fact, it looks like they're walking up to the podium right now, so let's go ahead and listen in. It appears that we may have lost the shot here. While it comes back up,
campus in Tallahassee
let's
are
go ahead and listen
canceled
in.
through
Here we go.
Friday, April 18th. Essential employees should check with their supervisors for further reporting instructions. All FSU athletic events in Tallahassee are canceled through Sunday. At approximately 11:50 a.m. Thursday, April 17th, a gunman opened fire on the main campus of Florida State University in Tallahassee, shooting multiple individuals in the vicinity of the Student Union building. FSU police responded immediately, engaged, neutralized, and apprehended the shooter. 2 victims of deceased are deceased, and 5 individuals have been transported to a local hospital with gunshot wounds. The shooter has also been transported to a local hospital. The 2 deceased are not students. The shooter is believed to be a current FSU student. I do not have additional information on the shooter's identity at this time. Students who need assistance can go to the Donald L. Tucker Center, where the university is providing counseling, health care, and other support services. Family members are also able to go to the Tucker Center for assistance. Students, faculty, and staff are asked to call their loved ones as soon as possible to update them on their status. The student union and the surrounding area is still considered an active crime scene. Individuals should avoid the area. Students should not return to the student union to retrieve personal property at this time. Students may return to their residence halls, but they should otherwise stay indoors on main campus to allow first responders and university staff to do their jobs and respond to those needing assistance. Students may depart campus for the weekend. All classes have been canceled through Friday. Before I turn this over to Chief Revel, I want to thank all the brave men and women of the FSU PD for responding immediately to the scene. I also want to thank the responding agencies who have provided assistance to FSU today big time, including the Tallahassee Police Department, the Leon County Sheriff's Office, the Florida Highway Patrol, Leon County Emergency Medical Services, FDLE, and all other responding agencies today. We really appreciate your support. That's all the information I have at this time. We'll have additional update for you later today. Chief Revel.
Good afternoon. I am Chief Revel with the Tallahassee Police Department. As the shooting occurred today, our officers, as well as every single other officer in this city and county responded immediately to this scene. Once on scene and once we began working through what was occurring and what we were working in consultation with FSU, Tallahassee Police Department was asked to take lead on this. So we will be the lead for this investigation in both the officer involved shooting portion of this as well as the homicide portion of this. I will come up after the last speaker and entertain just a few questions, but needless to say, we have multiple crime scenes. This is a very large area we're covering. We have thousands, hundreds of thousands, or hundreds or thousands of witnesses. And again, this is an active, ongoing investigation. So the information that we will be allowed to release right now may be fairly limited. I'll answer what I can at that time. But I will assure you that as soon as we can, any information that becomes available, we will make that available to you. One of the things in the process, and again, understand that this is an ongoing active investigation. So things are happening as we are standing here and as we are speaking. We have identified the shooter, obviously. He's at the hospital. So with more on that, I'm going to allow the sheriff to come up and speak on that portion of it.
Thank you, Chief. As Chief Rebel indicated, I'm Walt McNeil, Leon County Sheriff. First and foremost, let me express our gratitude to the responding law enforcement agencies in this community. Our citizens should feel some degree of comfort knowing that your law enforcement agencies are going to respond and do exactly what we did in this case, that is bring the offender to justice and to make sure that we do what we can to make sure we lock him or her up. Let me say to you, this is obviously a heinous crime. Our deepest condolences go out to the FSU family, the families of the students who are here. And we understand that you all have been devastated because of this person's actions. The question as it relates to who is the shooter is 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner. And he's the son of a Leon County Sheriff deputy. Our Deputy Eichner, has been with the Leon County Sheriff's Office for over 18 years. She has a tremendous job that she's done. Her service to this community has been exceptional. Unfortunately, her son had access to one of her weapons, and that was one of the weapons that was found at the scene. And we are continuing that investigation into how that weapon was used and what other weapons perhaps he may have had access to. The alleged shooter was also a long-standing member of the Leon County Sheriff's Office Citizen Advisory or Youth Advisory Council. So he has been steeped in the Leon County Sheriff's Office family, engaged in a number of training programs that we have. So it's not a surprise to us that he had access to weapons. This event is tragic in more ways than you people in the audience could ever fathom from a law enforcement perspective. But I will tell you this, we will make sure that we do everything we can to prosecute and make sure that we send a message to folks that this will never be tolerated here in Leon County, and I dare say across this state and across this nation. Thank you. Let me bring up the FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge, Hubert Reynolds.
Good afternoon. My name is Hubert Reynolds, and I'm the Acting Special Agent in charge of the Jacksonville Field Office. I want to echo those standing with me what a horrific crime this is, and we stand with you fully. We have an office here in Tallahassee, and we are fully engaged with providing any resources that we can bring to bear to help with this investigation moving forward. We've established a digital tips media line where you can upload photos, videos prior to and during the incident. If you were there from social media, please upload all of that. I will give you now the website address. You can upload any tips to www.fbi.gov www.fbi.gov/FSU shooting. Again, that's www.fbi.gov/FSU shooting. I want to assure you that we are going to bring every available resource to be able to help the community and the local people here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richard McCullough, Rick McCullough, President of Florida State University. This is a tragic day for Florida State University. We were absolutely heartbroken by the violence that occurred on our campus earlier today. 2 have died. 5 other innocents are being treated for their injuries. We're working to support the victims, their families, and everyone affected by this traumatic event. I just returned from the hospital. The First Lady and I met some of our students who were the victims. Our hearts go out to our students and the victims of this terrible tragedy. I have to say that our law enforcement, our FSU police officers, are absolute heroes in this regard. The call went out, someone called it in, and immediately they responded to the scene and immediately neutralized the suspect and prevented this from being a bigger tragedy. I want to thank them so much for what they do to try to keep our students safe. I want to thank all the law enforcement partners, FSU Police, Tallahassee Police, Leon County Sheriff's Department, Florida Highway Patrol, and Florida Department Law Enforcement, and all other responding agencies for their rapid and courageous response. I want to thank everybody that came out to visit with the students and help us, and to be here today for this press conference. And I appreciate so much the support that you're all providing to our university and to our students. We're fully cooperating with the investigation, and we defer to law enforcement as they continue their work. I'd also like to thank all the healthcare providers at Tallahassee Memorial Hospital. They're treating and providing outstanding care to our victims. Right now, our top priority is safety and well-being for all the people and our campus. As it was said, classes are canceled on the main campus today and tomorrow, and all FSU athletics events on Tallahassee are canceled through Sunday. We also want to tell you that counseling and psychological services are available to students, faculty, and staff, and anyone that needs that should call 850-644-2003. We're also providing support for faculty and staff through our Employment Assistance Program. And so if you need any help, please reach out. We'll continue to communicate with the campus community as we know more. This is a deeply emotional time, but we're all here to support each other. We're going to do everything we can to support our community. We're a strong and united community. We're family. And so we'll take care of all of you. And we'll get through this together. Thank you.
All right, at this time we will take a few questions. Let me just reiterate, this was a massive response, a massive response of law enforcement personnel. Our federal, state, local partners have continued to build relationships that long preceded this event. And that came into great play today in the seamless way that we all came together to work these events. But I know you'll have some specific questions. I will tell you right now, we are not going to talk about the victims other than the fact that there are 6 of them, two additional deceased, and then the suspect. So 9 total persons. 9 total persons. Yes, sir.
Have you all been able to talk to the suspect at all? Any idea about motive?
The suspect invoked his rights not to speak to us.
Chief, do we know if the weapon that was used was his parents' service weapon? And if so, what are the rules around storing service weapons in the house?
No, that's a good question. This weapon was a weapon that the deputy previously used. A lot of times, many agencies, mine included, when we transition to a new handgun, the officers are allowed to purchase the handgun they used prior. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sheriff, but I believe that's the case here. This was a handgun that deputy used prior to them transitioning to a new handgun, and so it was her personal handgun.
Is she on, been put on leave or?
The sheriff would have to speak to that.
We will do a thorough investigation to look at all aspects of it. There's no cause right now that we're aware of that require her to be placed on any kind of suspension or otherwise.
Yes, ma'am.
We've been hearing stuff that it was a deputy who was a school resource officer. Is that true?
That is correct.
Chief, those injured, those killed, or any of those members of law enforcement?
I'm sorry?
Anyone who died in the shooting or was injured in the shooting, were any of them members of law enforcement, whether it be the...
No, they were not. They were not. Yes, sir.
When law enforcement arrived, did the suspects engage with them, or did he surrender immediately?
No, they challenged him and ended up shooting. He did not comply with commands and was shot.
Did he fire at officers?
I do not believe he fired at officers.
We've heard that Phoenix may be autistic. Are you able to confirm that detail?
I do not have that detail.
Is there an ID of the victims yet?
I'm sorry?
An ID of the victims?
We're not releasing any of the victim information at this time.
Was the officer aware of any behavioral conditions or concerns or threats prior to this incident?
We were not.
How quickly did officers arrive on scene from the 911 call to when they engaged the suspect?
We will get you that information. I don't have that currently. I assume that would be a question that was asked, but I mean, it was almost immediately. That FSU, obviously this is their campus and they patrol it very well. So they were on scene almost immediately, engaged almost immediately. And then everyone else, again, was a massive, very quick response.
I know that you said that the two deceased were not students. Do we know of those 5 that were injured or any of them students?
Again, we're not releasing any information on the students on the victims at this point.
Specifically, what firearm did he use?
I'm sorry?
What kind of firearm was he using?
It was a handgun.
What kind of handgun?
I don't know what type of handgun that was. It was probably a 40. I don't know. Yeah.
Chief, I heard a report that a shotgun was also recovered on campus. Was that used in the shooting?
We do know that he had a shotgun with him. We have not confirmed anyone was shot with a shotgun at this point. But again, that could change as we, again, there are hundreds and hundreds of witnesses, and as we piece all of this back together, information will come to light that we may not have at this point. So I do not believe so at this point.
We'll take one more question.
Do we know how many shots?
Radio dispatch or any logs be released in the near future?
I'm sorry, say again.
Will there be any body cam footage or radio dispatch logs or incident reports being released anytime soon?
We will work with the state attorney's office, which we always do, in pulling together all the information, all the investigative evidence from this case, and then collaboration with State Attorney Campbell, we will make that determination. Obviously, after the case is over, we will certainly, it all becomes available at that point. But as to what we can and will release at that point, like I said before, we're very open, transparent on these things. Again, the officers did an incredible job. But again, some of this is very horrific. This is a horrific incident. And so we will, again, collaborate with the state attorney's office and determine which of that evidence could be released or will not be released. But again, I'll let you know that as soon as we make that determination. So thank you all very much. Appreciate you being here. And just let me reiterate what's already been said. The collaboration between all of the agencies, the federal, the state, the local, all of our first responders, our EMS personnel, our fire department, again, just a massive response, immediate treatment to the victims that were there, the transport of them. Again, it was a very seamless response to this tragedy. And that goes to the training that we all do repeatedly, individually as agencies and together. The incident command came together very, very quickly. And again, I could not be more proud of the response and more horrified at the act. So thank you very much.
Can you please just real quick verify again one more time the number of people injured and dead? Our number was 8. I heard you say 9.
Sure. Total number of 9. That includes the suspect. So there are 6 victims that are injured, 2 victims that are dead, and 1 suspect. And that's let me just reiterate this because I'm not sure we said this. We have no reason to believe at this point that he did not act alone. So there is no further threat to our community at this point. So thank you very much.
That was the chief of Tallahassee Police speaking there at that news conference, giving us the latest details of what we know about what happened. Still, obviously, very much some things in flux because we got a couple of different sets of numbers even during that news conference. But what we got some clarification on at the end there: 2 victims killed. They were not students. 6 victims injured. The shooter was also injured after being shot. The shooter has been identified as a current student. They gave the name as 20-year-old Phoenix Eichner, the son of a Leon County deputy. According to the sheriff, the Leon County sheriff, that man had access to one of his mother's weapons, and that is one of the guns that was found at the scene. Investigators believe he used a handgun to commit these acts, to shoot these people. They say they also found a shotgun with him at the scene there, but it's unclear if he had used that at this point. So still a lot of questions. The Tallahassee police chief saying that there are multiple crime scenes. We kind of talked you through the buildings on campus earlier that are all part of this. And he said hundreds, if not thousands, of witnesses as well. So we now have some details. We also heard from the president of the university talking about this being a heartbreaking day, a tragic day. You could see the emotion in his voice. You could see the emotion in his face. You could hear the emotion in his voice. Give you another live look here from WCTV on the edge of campus there at this hour as we near the 5 o'clock hour. Coming up on 5 hours now since the first alert went out, and some details, some disturbing details in this situation that we now know. And I want to go ahead and bring back in James Copenhaver, who's been with us throughout the afternoon. And Jamie, really appreciate your time and your perspective as always. I saw a little bit of your reaction in Zoom when they were talking through some of the details. I'd like to get your take on what we learned from this suspect in this shooting being the son of a deputy who had access to one of her weapons, and that being one of the guns found at the scene of this mass shooting on campus.
Yeah, just like you and all the viewers. I mean, that was a shocking detail that we certainly were not expecting. And, horrible for this this deputy from the Leon County Sheriff's Office that now her son has been not only shot, but now is a suspect in 2 homicides and maybe more. We just don't know how critical these victims are. But shocking details that this young man, an attendee at Florida State University and the son of a deputy sheriff, actually is the suspect apprehended in this horrific shooting. I was shocked, Aaron.
Certainly a detail that I don't think anyone expected to hear. They talked about this suspect being a longstanding member of one of the programs at the sheriff's office there. They called it the Youth Advisory Council, saying that he was steeped in and engaged in their training program, so knew how to handle a weapon, knew how to use a weapon as well.
Yeah, I mean, all of these. So, we essentially had a kid that's been associated with the Leon County Sheriff's Office that has attended multiple training sessions, probably as a reserve or whatever they call that in that particular agency. But more importantly, this shooter grew up around his mother with weapons. So, he was very versed in that. I would suggest. The question now remains: are law enforcement now going out to see if mom has presumably taken him target practicing. So that would be expected, right? I mean, he's connected to the family at the sheriff's office. So, you just never know who these people are that is going to be the next mass shooter, Garrett. And this is a good example of that.
So what does this change anything in the investigation now moving forward, given some of these new revelations, or what are some of the next steps now at this point that we learned some of these strange details?
No, I mean, the Leon County Sheriff's Office, it's men and women with great integrity. You've got the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, great integrity. So they're not going to treat this suspect any different than what they would treat any other suspect. So, he's going to, of course, have due process, and due process will be afforded to him, Garrett. But rest assured, they're not going to leave any stone unturned. And it doesn't matter if his mom's a cop or not. He's going to be treated as a mass shooter, which, pretty much the sheriff and police chief echoed in the press conference. They have a lot of work ahead of them. So, the other oddity thing is, just the sheer amount of people. And the FBI, as we heard in this presser, has streamlined that. So now if you have a video that may or may not pertain to the incident, you now have a location to upload that video to FBI, which will share that with local investigators. So that was something good. We talked about the students are going to be able to go home, so that'll streamline that process as well.
And we know from the FSU police, I believe, talking about the shooter, or no, it was the Tallahassee police chief saying at the end there that there's no indication, nothing to make them think there may have been a second shooter. So I guess we can chalk that one up to the rumor mill that often comes as people worry and stress and hear things and see things in a situation like this. The other thing is, if he had two weapons, they say they did find they knew he had the handgun that was used and then the shotgun that may or may not have been used. That could go serve to explain potentially the source of some of that rumor as well. But the good news is they say they have the suspect in custody, no further threat, because it is just the one suspect involved in this.
Well, just like Representative Escamani had stated, I mean, Tallahassee is a tight-knit college community. We have the Capitol, we have the governor, we have all of these state agencies there, but in reality, it's a tight-knit community. So, thank God they weren't a second shooter, and at least the community now can sort of let their guard down if you live near campus and go on about your day as best as you can. But, the fact remains you have hundreds, if not thousands, of students who are now being totally affected by this, being basically locked down at a unification center. And some of those students are going to have to go through more details and giving statements to law enforcement. So, a lot of facts yet that we haven't heard of that are going to come out later through those interviews and investigation.
Well, Jamie Copenhaver, we appreciate you joining us. You've given us a lot of insight this afternoon as we've kind of walked through this scenario and circumstance together, and we really appreciate your time and your insight here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
Thank you as always, Garrett.
So we are getting ready to hand things off to Fox 35 News at 5. They first went on air at 4:30 with the start of this the news conference. So we will hand things off to them coming up in about 2 minutes. But I just want to kind of let you know again where things stand here, and as well as pull up the timeline of what we know of what happened this afternoon. Obviously, still much more to be filled out in this, but we know that first alert went out at 12:02. Then more alerts went throughout the afternoon, urging folks to shelter in place. That wasn't lifted until late in the afternoon, when they finally said the scene was secure, that the suspect had been in custody at shortly after 1 o'clock. We know investigators have been on the scene for hours. It was at 3:18 p.m. that the threat was reported neutralized, that the scene had been secure, and they began to clear, continue to clear more of the buildings and let people move about campus again. That reunification center again at the Civic Center, the FBI is still asking anyone who may have some information to submit their tips, submit their photos, submit their videos. And if you've been on social media, you know there is quite a bit of that going around. The bottom line here, we know 2 victims were killed. They are not FSU students, but 2 people were killed in this, 6 others injured. We don't know if they are students or not students. We know the shooter, also a current student, a 20-year-old, also the son of a Leon County deputy who had access to one of her weapons, and that being one of the guns found at the scene. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, I believe, is in Tallahassee, going to be joining our newscasts live this evening. So we will continue to stay on top of this, not just tonight, but also in the morning on Good Day Orlando, and also on Fox 35 News Plus starting at 11 here on Fox Local. So I'm going to go ahead and send things out to Studio A for the start of Fox 35 News at 5. John and Luann, as our coverage of this Florida State University shooting continues. Keep it here on Fox Local.